All rise. Thank you very much. Please be seated. All right, everybody. Okay, so let's get on the record, please. Thank you. We are now on the record. This is State versus Bryan Kohberger, case number CR 2922-2805. Mr. Kohberger is present in the courtroom. He's represented by Ms. Taylor, also Ms. Messeth, and also Mr. Logston. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Allen? No. Okay. Is also subbing in for Ms. Beatty. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. We have motions to compel discovery for the fifth. There have been some supplements in more recently. I think I got a couple on May 28th, I believe. So we need to sort that out. That's going to be in the morning, and that is open, obviously. And afternoons, starting at 1:30, we're going to address genetic genealogy. I think that's the plan. Okay, so starting with you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor. After last week, we had one witness testify, and I have two additional witnesses this morning, and then there will be witnesses this afternoon in closed session as well.
Okay.
And I'd be prepared to call my next witness.
Okay, go ahead.
Call Brett Payne.
Okay. Make sure, please come forward. Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and that's the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do. All right, thank you, sir. Please have a seat. And then when you're seated, please state your name and spell your last.
Name is Brett Payne, last spelled P-A-Y-N-E.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Will you tell us your occupation?
I am currently employed by the Moscow Police Department as the detective corporal.
What experience do you have prior to Moscow Police Department?
I was served in the military for 6 years. 3 of those were as a commissioned officer in the military police corps.
How long have you been with Moscow Police Department?
6 years.
We're here to talk about the case of the state of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger. Have you worked on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your role in that case?
I was assigned as the case agent for Moscow PD for that investigation.
Does case agent mean you're the person in charge?
Yes, ma'am.
If I called you the lead detective, would that be a term that means the same thing as person in charge and
Yes,
case
ma'am.
agent?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. What were your general responsibilities as the lead detective in the case?
So when I became case agent, I was assigned to work the command post that was established at the Moscow Police Department, along with my partners in Idaho State Police and the FBI. We managed the command post and directed the general direction of full investigation.
Would that mean you would be a person to write warrants and affidavits in support of warrants?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct or direct interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you search for a suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the go-to person and the person in charge for evidence that would be brought into Moscow Police Department to support your case?
No, ma'am. I was.
Who's in charge?
That would have been our evidence custodian.
As the lead detective, were you aware of the evidence that would be under the control of the evidence custodian?
Not entirely. I was made aware of basically the most pertinent evidence that was coming in. But was not aware of every single piece of evidence that was brought into those.
Okay. During the course of, I guess, the investigation from November 13th forward, was there videos that were collected, like a video canvas done of the community?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Is that something you were involved in?
No, ma'am, I was not involved in the direct collection of those videos.
Who is responsible for the video collection and knowing what videos exist?
So the way that worked was individual investigators who went out in the community and collected those videos, brought them back to the police department and provided them to our digital forensics office. And then they were later booked in through that channel.
So the digital forensics office would be the responsible entity to receive these pieces of video surveillance, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, I would say it was a dropping off point for those pieces, yes.
And who is that person?
That was a joint effort between Detective Mowry and several people within the FBI.
Which people within the FBI?
I do not remember.
Detective Payne, I'm asking because last week, Detective Mowry told us that he wasn't in charge of these videos. And I need to know where they are. Do you have any idea who the FBI agents are that were also in charge of this?
And we could certainly find that out for you, yes, ma'am. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, I'm gonna need to do that. Let's talk a little bit about what surveillance is out there. These were cameras from different businesses, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, as well as some private residences.
Let's focus on the businesses for just a minute. Those would be collected at main points in Moscow where you might find a person of interest. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. We canvassed pretty much the entire city of Moscow looking for places that were willing to or could provide us video.
And was it also important to think about if somebody were to come into or leave Moscow, the kind of video cameras you might find on those areas?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
And that would be the east-west road between Moscow and Pullman, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, referring to SR 270/Pullman Road. They wanted that to refer to.
I know that as the Moscow Pullman Highway.
Yep.
I think that's the same thing, or Highway 8.
Works for me.
And that goes from Pullman out towards Troy in that area.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also important in that video collection would be the north-south Highway 95, the north end of Moscow and the south part of Moscow. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And so you collected business videos or had that done, but who I need to talk to about this would be Detective Mowry or an unnamed FBI agent. Do I
Or
understand that?
the agents who were the officers, investigators who collected that specific video would have written reports to the best of my knowledge stating such that they collected video from X, Y, and Z.
But if they collected it and gave it to Moscow Police Department or the digital evidence people, isn't it your department that I'd be looking at to say, where is this now?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm going to talk about some of those specific ones, but you brought up residential cameras in that canvas as well. Are you talking about things like Ring cameras?
Yes, ma'am. Ring cameras and other sorts of private security systems that people may have had.
Ring cameras have a way of sending out a notice to Ring camera owners to check their data. Is that right?
I believe so.
Was that done in this case?
I do not remember if that was done or not.
Are you familiar with some of the Ring cameras or home surveillance videos in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
In particular, I think your affidavit talked about one on Indian Hills Road. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How did that camera come to your attention?
I believe Detective Vargas works for MPD. She contacted the residents at that, excuse me, the person who lives at that residence, and they provided that camera footage to Detective Vargas.
Do you know why she contacted them?
I believe it was part of just the video canvas, best of my knowledge.
Now, I want to talk about some of the specific businesses, and you mentioned that I'd be looking at a police report to tell me if it existed or not. As the case manager or the detective, are you familiar with the reports from other officers that may have talked about turning in videos?
Some of them, certainly not all of them.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that he be handed two defendants' exhibits. They are RR and SS.
No, thank you.
One of the videos I want to talk about comes from the Red Star Coffee Company. Do you know where that business is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
That's on Pullman Road and right next to the Steamer Station.
So the Pullman Road, that's also known as Moscow Pullman Road, that within the city of Moscow.
Correct.
Okay. And if you look at exhibit RR, and if I can draw your attention to on page 2 to paragraph 9 and page 3, paragraph 9 continues over there. Based on your review of that, am I correct in believing that the Red Star surveillance video was collected and given to Moscow Police Department?
It reads that way, yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
I do not know.
Who do I ask where it is?
That would be through the evidence custodian and MPD. That'd be my best direction for you.
So I need to go to the evidence custodian and ask him to bring all of the videos out so I can watch them all to see if that one exists.
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours of videotape do you think have been collected?
A lot.
Thousands?
Yes, easily.
Detective Payne, I want to look at defendant's exhibit SS now. Don't put our away. I think we might go back there in just a minute, but SS, if I can draw your attention to paragraph 1.
Okay.
Would I be correct in believing that I should be able to have a videotape from a place called Monday's Machine?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's Monday's Machine?
I don't know where Monday's Machine is, ma'am. Does not sound familiar to me.
Can you see the address that's also listed in paragraph 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that help you know where Monday's Machine might be?
It'd be south of Moscow city limits if memory serves, but that's the best I can recall.
You don't know where this particular numbered address on South Main might be?
No, ma'am.
Well, let's go back to, let me ask you this. Who do I ask where that video is?
Restate what I did before is go through the evidence custodian at Moscow PD.
Let's go back to RR for a minute. And if you can turn with me to page 4. I'll draw your attention to paragraph number 21. particularly subparts B, C, D, and G. Do you see where I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And there, we're talking about 4 different businesses all within the city of Moscow. Is that right?
That is correct.
And those are on Main Street in Moscow. Is that also right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if I read the first sentence in that paragraph, am I correct in believing that Moscow Police Department should be in possession of all of those videos?
It reads that way. Yes, ma'am.
Where are they?
I would have to direct you to the videos that have been turned into the evidence lab in Moscow PD.
I want to talk a little bit. I'm going to move from videos now, and I want to talk a little bit about affidavits and search warrants that you wrote.
Can I ask a question? You're not asking to admit these exhibits?
You know, Your Honor, I haven't.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I haven't. The court has those in a pre-filing to put the court and counsel on notice of things we talk about. I'm not going to ask that these be admitted this way. Detective Payne didn't write them, but he's familiar with the content, so I think I have your questions answered. Thank you. Let's talk about affidavits and search warrants for a minute. Did you author affidavits in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you use affidavits you authored in support of search warrants to obtain information that you wanted to take a look at?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you author the affidavit that was used for the arrest warrant for Bryan Kohberger?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you rely on when you wrote these affidavits?
Be more specific.
Yes, let's focus on the affidavit for the AT&T records. There were 2 search warrants on December 23rd, 2022. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's talk about those search warrants and the affidavit. First, the affidavit. What did you rely on in the affidavit you wrote for the first AT&T search warrant on December 23rd, 2022?
It was a conglomerate of interviews, data received from cell phones, my observations of some surveillance footage that was taking place, various other things. Go down the line. If you could be more specific on specific parts, I'd be happy to tell you what I'd like.
Okay. There was a part of the affidavit where you talked about WSU officers identifying white Elantras.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a part of the affidavit where you talked about 2011 to 2013 Elantras, and then it expanded to 2016 to include the year of 2016 Elantras.
Yes, ma'am.
What I want to know first is what you relied on to expand that search from 2013 to include 14, 15, and 16.
That information was provided to FBI Special Agent Imel. He's a vehicle identification specialist. He used snapshots from the previously mentioned surveillance videos, and that was his determination on the types of vehicles we should be looking for, rather the year range we should look for. It would be in his report, would be more specific, but that was what I based the affidavit off of, that portion of it.
I understand as far as when we get to 2013, but when we go beyond that, what did you rely on to get beyond that?
It would have been his input as an expert in vehicle identification. That's what.
Okay. Part of your affidavit talks about WSU officers finding white Elantris. And I believe there was an officer that you had some communication with. Do you recall the date you had that communication?
I do not recall the date.
Did you have some messaging system exchange with this officer to talk about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only means of communication you had with this officer?
No, ma'am. I believe I spoke to him on the telephone as well.
When you spoke to him on the telephone, how did that relate to the date of the messaging?
It would have likely been, if memory serves, it would likely been that same day.
Okay. Does December 20th, 2022 sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this conversation, with this officer from Washington, it related backwards to when he noticed an Elantra, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But when he noticed it, you didn't know about that yet. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't know about him or talk to him until December 20th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In your affidavits, did you rely on cell phone information and cell phone location information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work with cell phone records yourself?
No, ma'am.
Did you see cell phone records yourself?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
When was the first time you saw cell phone records that were attributed to Bryan Kohberger?
I do not remember what date that was.
Well, maybe you can give me an estimate. We know on the 20th, you're talking to WSU about an observation from a month before. And we know on December 23rd, you're asking for AT&T warrants for information. Can you narrow
That's
it down?
yes.
Sorry, Judge.
That's a yes. You can, I just want to get the record. Yes.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
So between those 2 days, does that help you identify the first time you saw cell phone records related to Bryan Kohberger?
Memory serves, the first time I saw any cell phone records related to Bryan Kohberger was after we received the return from the first search warrant.
Just to be sure I'm tracking with you, when you say the return from the first search warrant, we're talking about the first AT&T warrant.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that right?
That's correct.
And in that warrant, you were seeking 48 hours worth of records, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if I call those the 48-hour records, we'll both be on the same page?
Yep.
All right. You wrote your second AT&T warrant for a much longer period of phone records that same day, December 23rd, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
How far ahead of that warrant did you see the records?
It would have been upon the receipt of the 48-hour records that came in from AT&T. Immediately after receiving those, I began writing that second section of the second AT&T warrant for the longer period. If that makes sense.
It does. So you get these records and you take a look at them and you start writing your warrant. Is that right?
The records were provided to FBI Special Agent Balance, who began deciphering them. I'm not an expert in cell phone records.
That was the next thing I was going to ask you.
So, no, ma'am, I'm not. So, he was the one who was conveying that information to me, so I could understand what it was.
So do you get the records and then get them to him somehow?
Yes, ma'am.
The records do they go directly to Balance?
I do not recall what the distribution was on the return itself. I do not recall that.
Are you and Balance exchanging emails about these records?
No, ma'am, not that I remember.
How did you get them to them?
We were co-located at the time. Detective Balance was at the Moscow Police Department, about 30 feet down the hallway.
Are the two of you exchanging text messaging during this time?
I do not remember if we texted during that time.
I may have a record that would refresh your memory. I'm certainly not seeking to have these admitted, but I'd like to hand him some records to see if we can refresh his memory. Do you recognize what's been placed in front of you?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Does reading the content of some December 23rd messages refresh your recollection about participating in text messages with Nicholas Balance?
It really does not, ma'am.
Will you look at, there's 3 separate stapled documents. Will you move that one and go to the next one?
Still on December 23rd?
Yeah.
I do vaguely remember that exchange, the one at the top of the second.
Is that the one that starts with you identifying yourself?
No, ma'am, it starts with the message says, group text for this weekend, Maria, Nick, Ed, Brett, and Darren.
You look at that third one.
Seems vaguely familiar.
Okay. So just so I'm clear then, Nick Balance is at Moscow Police Department when you're getting, on December 23rd, when you're getting these 2 warrants. Is that right?
If memory serves, that's correct.
Okay. Well, you told me that you're not the guy who understands how to interpret these records. Do you know anything about cell phone towers?
Very little, ma'am.
Okay. So when you wrote this second AT&T warrant, you have possession of Bryan Kohberger's call detail records or AT&T records, but you don't know what they mean, so you're relying on somebody else.
Yes, ma'am.
Who all did you rely on?
Mainly it was detective, or excuse me, Special Agent Balance. He was my main point of contact for understanding what was going on.
Okay. In fact, in your affidavit for the second AT&T report, there's a couple of maps in there. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of them has some video camera information. That's the first map. Where did that come from?
I do not recall. If you have a copy of it, I can refresh my memory and tell you.
Not that I do. I have what we've marked defendants B.
Are you referring to there's 2 maps, the WSU focused map you're referring to? It's completely washed out on this copy. I can't see what it is.
It's hard to see, isn't it? What I want to know is what you relied on to get that first one that talks about WSU and the cameras of WSU. Where'd you get that?
Yes, ma'am. So Special Agent Rob Hilley with the FBI was also co-located with us. He was tasked with analyzing that video from WSU and the surrounding area. So it was a conversation between he and I, pointing out areas of locations where the car was likely seen on surveillance footage. And that's what I relied upon to create that map.
So you created that map how?
Through PowerPoint, I believe, ma'am, memory serves.
You saved your work on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go to the next map. That one would appear to be a trail or a path from south of Moscow back towards Lewiston or back towards Payne. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get that map?
Same thing. It was just created using open source satellite imagery, and I think it was PowerPoint.
Did you create that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the information to draw that trail?
So that was used from the cell phone records referred to me by Special Agent Balance on his interpretation of possible places where someone could have driven between the location that it starts there and then back to Coleman.
So you did this on some open source mapping, not anything from Nick Balance creating a visual for you.
No, ma'am. I did view a draft report from Special Agent Balance to help me conceptualize this, but it did not look like this map.
Where's that draft report?
It is, best of my knowledge, it's already been provided to the prosecutor's office through the FBI channels.
Is this the lengthy past draft report, or is it a different draft report?
Well, it would have to be the draft cast report. That's the only cast report I'm aware of from Special Agent Balance.
So on December 23rd, are you saying you looked at this past draft report to make that map that went into your affidavit to get the second set of records?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that was given to us in July of last year?
I don't know when you got it.
How many versions of that cast draft report have you seen?
I've only seen that one, ma'am. That's the only one I'm aware of.
All right. And from the FBI, we have Agent Balance and Agent Hilly at Moscow Police Department with you. Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
and all of this work is done with verbal communication, is that right?
The majority of it, yes, ma'am.
And Nick Balance's cast draft report.
Correct.
And I think Special Agent Imel's vehicle identification.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about what you were seeking to get in this. Well, let me ask this before I leave the second search warrant. Is there anything else you relied on to obtain that second search warrant to compose your affidavit?
Like I said earlier, we relied on cell phone records from surviving roommates as well as the victims. We relied on interviews with the two surviving roommates that were present at the time. We relied on the surveillance footage, cell phone data. I'd have to go paragraph by paragraph, but that's what jumps to mind.
Of those things, are you relying on other people's work to put that all together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm ready to talk about the things that same day as the first one. And was there anything else from AT&T that you saw or relied on to get the second one off the ground?
No, ma'am.
And in the first AT&T search warrant, are you aware that part of the request was for timing advance reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, that also appears in your second search warrant request, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And not only do you ask for the timing advance reports from AT&T, you ask for them from several other companies, correct? Verizon's version of it, T-Mobile's version of this kind of timing advance report, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When was the first time you saw AT&T's timing advance report?
I do not recall when I first saw it.
Where is it?
To the best of my knowledge, all of that information from those returns has been provided to the prosecutor's office.
If I tell you I don't have a timing advance report or any from the other phone companies, where do I look for them?
I would direct you back to the prosecutor's office. Everything that Moscow PD received, in that realm, we have turned over to my knowledge.
But you know you've seen this report, is that right?
I do not recall if I've seen the timing advance reports. I'd have to see what it even looked like to know if I'd seen it.
Do you know what it is?
Not particularly. I'm no expert.
Okay. You wrote the search warrant though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did you get the language for that if you don't know what this is?
So there's no secret that I rely heavily on people who are very highly educated in these topic areas to write this search warrant. So that language was likely conveyed to me through people who know much more than myself about cell phone data.
Who are those people?
like I said, FBI agent Balance and Detective Mowry were probably my two main points of contact for helping me with that language.
During the course of your investigation and work on the case that became the case that we're here for now, did you communicate with Agent Balance by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you communicate with other FBI agents by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that relate to the investigation of the scene and later the investigation of Bryan Kohberger?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Were those communications that assisted you in preparing affidavits and search warrants to carry out your duties in the case?
I do not recall.
But you recall the emails themselves.
I recall sending emails to FBI agents, yes, but
And-
specifics.
And receiving them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are those emails now?
All emails that Moscow PD is aware of have been turned over to the prosecutor's office.
Your Honor, if I could have just a minute.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for now, but I think you have a couple of exhibits on that front end. If you don't need them for us, maybe I'll take them back.
Well, hold on. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I'll.
Yes, okay. I thought you were just stepping off, so. Danny?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Morning, sir.
Good work.
Your knowledge, has all the evidence in Moscow Police Department's possession been turned over to the state for us to discover?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you facilitated the defense visiting MPD to review the physical evidence in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many times have you done that?
I had to guess, I'd say 6.
Now, let's talk specifically about this video surveillance. Explain to me the process for collecting video surveillance.
So in this investigation, the way that played out was we directed the investigators to go into the community and collect any available surveillance footage there was. Once they had done that, they were tasked with bringing it back to Moscow Police Department, placing it in the digital forensics lab, and then writing a supplemental report on where they collected that information. That was the process.
Do you know how many agencies helped in this video canvassing?
Certainly the FBI and the Idaho State Police. I'm not sure if any other agencies helped. I don't know.
Do you know approximately how many agents were out collecting video?
Easily over a dozen. I don't know the specific number, but
Isn't it true that investigators collected video surveillance from approximately 79 businesses
yes, ma'am.
and approximately 10 residences? So let's talk about the areas that Ms. Taylor mentioned. Isn't it true that there's other surveillance video capturing the Moscow Pullman Highway, specifically on the way to Pullman?
Yes, ma'am. There's,
Isn't it true we've turned over video for banks
yes,
on
ma'am.
that highway? Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance for stores on that highway?
Yes,
Isn't it true we've turned over video for gas stations?
Yes.
Now let's talk about the Troy Highway towards Troy. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for fast food restaurants,
Yes.
gas stations?
Yes.
And now US 95 towards Coeur d'Alene. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for hardware stores,
Yes.
gas stations?
Yes.
Now, what about US 95 towards Lewiston? Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for gas stations,
Yes.
as well as apartments?
Yes.
Now let's move to your PC affidavit. Can you explain to me what did the investigation look like during the time that you were writing that affidavit?
So as I said, the command center was established at the Moscow Police Department. The command center consisted of myself and numerous partners from the FBI and the Idaho State Police. We were all co-located there at Moscow PD. We also had individual sections assigned to do various tasks, collect video, conduct interviews, so on and so forth. The majority of those people were also co-located at the Moscow Police Department. So as the process for developing this affidavit began, those people would just come into the command center and relay information that was deemed to be critical or important. The reason for that was to shorten the chain of information to make sure that the folks, myself and my partners in the command post, got the clearest view of what the investigators on the ground were actually retrieving and learning as this went on. As they relayed that to me, I input that into the affidavit.
And is that standard to rely on what other investigators tell you when you're applying for warrants?
Absolutely.
And is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you relied upon detailed in your probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
Now, talking about the timing advance records, are you aware that AT&T didn't provide timing advance records in December of 2022?
I do not remember.
Are you aware that they did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Objection, lady.
Cross-examination.
It is overruled. Go ahead.
I'll re-ask. Are you aware that AT&T did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Thanks. Let's start there. May of 2023. Do you have timing advance records now from May of 2023?
I would have to direct you to Detective Mallory to answer that question. Don't know.
Okay. Did you write a new warrant for them in May of 2023?
I do not recall.
If you included them in two separate warrants in December of 2022, but they didn't provide them, why would you do that?
It was the language that was suggested to me to write the affidavit, so.
Language suggested by an FBI agent who's an expert in the field?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And do you know if he saw the timing advance reports?
I do not know.
All right. Now, those first and second AT&T warrants were how many hours from receiving the return on the first one until the second one was given to Judge Marshall at 4:45?
I do not remember.
Not very many hours, though. Would that be fair?
Likely not.
I want to talk a little bit more about the video and what's been turned over and what hasn't been turned over to us. And I want to focus a little bit on South US 95. Do you recall that south of Moscow on US 95 is the path that you put in your search warrant and affidavit alleging that Bryan Kohberger left Moscow going south on US 95?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you aware that one of the videos that you gave us, the coffee shop there on South 95, that leaving Moscow, you have to pass that covers 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.
I do not recall the time frame for that.
And so the time frame in these videos would matter, right?
Certainly.
The time frame in the videos to be meaningful would need to cover a time that surrounds the allegations against Mr. Kohberger. Is that fair to say?
You could say that, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Watson Kari Construction had a video, and that also has a very limited time frame, like 5 a.m., just 1 hour video also?
Sounds vaguely familiar, yes.
And that's also south on Highway 95, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the one we talked about today, Monday's machine that nobody could find, that clearly was given to Moscow Police Department, that's also south on 95.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I understand that you had a lot of help on canvassing and collecting things. There was a lot to do. But as the lead agent and the lead department, is there some kind of inventory of these videos, like a general inventory that would help me know what you have and why you don't have the relevant timeframes?
The inventory that would be most useful to you is the inventory of evidence that has been booked into the Moscow Police Department. That's the inventory.
And I did come see the evidence. That's fair. I did come see the evidence. We didn't watch videos together though, did we?
No, ma'am.
And would you agree that that evidence is on thumb drives with stickies on papers that tell us different things, but not like an inventory of what's on each thumb drive?
I am not aware of an inventory of each individual thumb drive.
Okay. So for us to do that together would take some days to inventory it all together. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's my best way to try to find this Monday's machine
Sure.
and Watson Kari Construction.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Taylor, anything to follow up on that, Ms. Jennings?
Oh, just one second. Thank you. I just want to clarify what's in your probable cause affidavit. Does your probable cause affidavit state that Kohberger or a white Elantra went on US 95 south of Moscow?
No, it's not.
Okay, what does it state?
Memory serves states that the next time, well, it states that a vehicle was seen leaving the area of the crime scene, on King Road, leaving via Walenta Drive, which heads south from that area, and then terminates on Conestoga and Blues River Drive. That's what the probable cause affidavit states.
And to your knowledge, are there other paths of travel south of Moscow besides US 95?
Yes.
And what's that other route?
I believe the one that was referenced in the affidavit goes from Blues River Drive, which turns into Sand Road at the state line, not the Idaho-Washington state line. That road continues westbound until south of Pullman and eventually leads north into Pullman at Bishop Boulevard, if memory serves.
And does that path of travel go by Watson Kari Construction?
I do not believe it does.
Did you attempt to obtain surveillance on that path of travel that doesn't go through 95?
Yes, we did.
And were you successful?
I don't believe we were.
I don't have anything further.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Are you testifying that Mr. Kohberger did not use Highway 95 south of Moscow on November 13th?
I'm testifying that there are various routes that a person could take south of Moscow to include Highway 95. There are also several others.
Which one does your map depict?
I believe the map starts well south of Moscow, forward more towards Genesee, and there is the line that starts there. However, I would direct you to the paragraph at the beginning of the map that says this is a possible route of travel between the two locations.
So you're just not sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That would include then Highway 95 south of Moscow,
Yes, ma'am. What?
and that would include other possible routes.
Yes, ma'am.
How many video surveillance attempts did you make to get video from businesses or homes on all of those routes?
I do not recall, but it continued for some time, attempting to find additional video.
What did you find?
Nothing to my recollection.
Not one video depicting the car.
To my memory, no.
Good enough, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay, great. Can this, Detective, Payne be excused at this point?
He can be, thank you.
Okay, any objections? All right. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here. You can, you're free to stay or leave.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we call Syray.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalty of perjury?
Thank you. All right. Thank you. So you go ahead and have a seat there, and then please state your name and spell your last. I, Ray, R-A-Y. Thank you, sir. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Will you tell us what you do?
I have a handful of different jobs, but primarily for my role here, I do a lot of consulting, analysis, and evaluating geolocation data as it pertains to mobile devices.
Let's talk about how you got to that place where you provide consultation on devices and geolocation.
Okay.
What background led you to this job?
I started with a law enforcement background. I started my law enforcement career in 1995 in Arizona. Started working with the first set of cell phone records in that capacity in 97, late 1997. There wasn't a lot of training. Obviously, cell phone technology and the use of that in criminal investigations was very new and novel at that time. So most of my early training came directly from the carriers. If I was working a case with Verizon or AT&T, I would work directly with Verizon or AT&T engineers to understand the records, what they meant, how to map them, how to interpret it. In 2000, I started a very small police department in Arizona. In 2000, I transferred to a much larger police department in the Phoenix area. When I made that transition, I took more of an investigative role. I was previously a patrol officer. That investigative role, I started with a DEA task force where I worked with drug narcotic interdictions, and the primary role there was working with cell phone records. So I had some more training experience in that capacity. In 2001, late 2001, I left that position and I went into a full-time investigations position. I started with sex crimes and child crimes. Again, using cell phone records and attending what training was available. Again, most of that is from the carriers directly. About 2004, I moved out of sex crimes and child crimes into persons crimes or violent crimes. So any type of a dangerous or violent crime against a person. Continuing to work with cell phone records and attending what training I could. In 2008, I was promoted to sergeant and I was immediately put into a homicide robbery sergeant's position where I stayed until 2010. Around 2004, I started doing a lot of work with cell site simulators, and that is a piece of equipment that allows you to physically go out in the field and find a mobile device. In a very brief summary, it's the ability to create a fake cell tower that is mobile, it's in a vehicle. And if I can analyze your phone records and determine a rough area that you're at, I can put this mobile platform in that area. Your phone will register to it and I can physically track the phones. It's in courtrooms, it's in a bedroom, wherever it may be. In 2007, our agency purchased that equipment. So prior to that, I was working with other agencies looking for devices. Using 2007, we purchased our own equipment. That purchase also prompted more training. There was a company, it's owned by Boeing. They came in and I had 80 hours at that point specific to cellular network engineering, how to go out and actually conduct these surveys to understand how a particular cell phone network works in a particular area, how to replicate, how to create a cell site that looks legitimate in that area. I worked with that company for a number of years in doing that, hundreds of hours worth of back and forth working, actually going out in the field and doing this. In 2010, I had an opportunity to go to Afghanistan as an advisor in charge of an undercover Afghan police team that targeted IED cells. And again, we would look at different types of technology that we could leverage in doing that. I came back in late 2010, early 2011, and went back to the police department. In 2012, our department created a position that this was a full-time position. Now that's all I did was track phones pretty much every day, using cell site simulators, using phone records, whatever technology we could leverage. Because of the lack of training that was available when I was a younger officer, in 2007, I started a training company. At the time it was called Phoenix Training. And I created a training company to provide law enforcement training, specifically as it relates to cell phone records. I've been providing that training from 2007 up to, we're about 2013 now. I was really frustrated with the lack of software and training available to law enforcement. It's very complex and clunky, for lack of a better term. So I began researching and teaching myself how to do some basic computer programming. And I wrote a program that I could take phone records from any carrier in the United States and I could put it in this program and it would immediately map hundreds, if not thousands of connections. It was pretty unique at the time. There just wasn't a lot of options out there that was doing the geolocation. There was a lot of analytics to who's calling who and how often they call that person. But specifically to put it on a map for detailed geolocation data, there was a big gap in the market. It worked. It worked really, really well. And at the time, because we were tracking phones in the field, it gave me this very unique opportunity where I could use a search warrant, get phone records, analyze the phone records, come up with a hypothesis that this phone is most likely Thursday at 2 a.m. going to be in this neighborhood, and then physically go to that location to recover the phone. And then I could evaluate, was I right? Was I wrong? Do I need to tweak something? Mid-2013, our agency was assisting a lot of other agencies because we had, for lack of a better term, we had progressed significantly on our ability to find the phones. I had a lot of agencies asking me for a copy of my mapping program, and I was just about at 20 years at that point. I realized maybe it's time to go do something else. So in May of 2014, I retired from the police department and I started a company called ZETX, Z-E-T-X. And we offered a couple different things. So we have the mapping program that I just described. Obviously, when I'm running it on my laptop, it can be a little clunky. It doesn't have to be perfect. When we started business, we actually hired computer engineers to come in and take what I had written and scale it to a national platform. So we offered the mapping services, which was both real time and historical. We took that original training class that I had built and we scaled it out. So we had a basic 40-hour that would just give you the nuts and bolts of how to look at phone records, what they need, what type of records to obtain. We also started a subject matter expert course. It was one of the first courses in the country where law enforcement could actually come in and become certified as subject matter experts in this field. Did some training courses as well that we created on drive testing, so the ability to go out and scan and monitor cellular networks. Because of those two features, my job duties changed dramatically where I found myself consulting with law enforcement daily, sometimes multiple times in a day on cases very similar to this case, where I would have a law enforcement agency that's using our product or has attended our training that would call me for some type of review or analysis. And I've lost count. It's thousands and thousands of cases. To put that in perspective for some just general numbers, I sold this company in 2021. At that time, around 2021, 2022, the system had mapped over 2 billion phone calls in the United States. We were seeing thousands of uploads a week. We had created this program in 2014 that if any law enforcement agency in the country called us because they had some type of crime, we would overnight them a drive test scanner, which gives them the ability to go out and do a forensic examination of cell tower networks. It was no cost. We ate all of the cost of this. So we paid for the scanners. Initially we paid for the shipping. And the idea there is we wanted to create a national tower database that would have just a collection of drive tests. I want to say we have over 3 million towers in that database today that have been scanned or measured in some capacity. I am unaware of any other database in the world like it. And we use that to feed the mapping platform to increase the accuracy of the mapping. Something that we did that was very unique with our company is we actually provided an estimated coverage area. So instead of just saying this phone connected to this cell site and the antenna points north, we would give the person doing the analysis a general idea of where that phone could possibly be within a radius. We were the only ones doing it when we did this. Since then, since 2014, more recently, since about 2020, pretty much the rest of the industry has adopted, if not the same standard, a very similar standard. So the company we were using to do the drive test data is a company by the name of Rohde, ROHDE, and Schwarz, SCHWARZ. They're a German company out of Munich. They've adopted the way that we were doing some of the ranging. The FBI task team has adopted that, has actually brought that tower density is what is the general term for it. And it's now featured in the CASBIS program. So through the years with training, I've probably been involved in training 30, maybe 35,000 law enforcement officers from around the country. We had about 650 law enforcement agencies within the United States. At some point, all of the federal agencies have used our products in their training, and I've done quite a bit of consulting internationally as well. Towards the end of that period, we started working more with Rohde and Schwarz. Rohde and Schwarz decided that they wanted to look at the ability to implement a cell site simulator in the United States. They had one for Europe. They were considering doing it for the United States. So they sent me their first one for the United States, and I worked with their engineers for about a year, testing it, reviewing it, improving it. So another several hundred hours there. I've tried to figure out how many of these missions, if you will, of going out and finding a phone or looking at phone records, and it is literally thousands and thousands of hours at this point. I can't tell you specifically. That would be the background.
Sounds like your background is mostly in law enforcement, and then you moved into a specialty with cell phones, cell towers, drive testing, radio waves, all of that kind of thing.
That would be correct.
Through that and through the training of other officers to do this work and to use your program, have you testified as an expert in this field?
I have. If it's not 100 times, it's right there near it. Roughly 100 times in both state and federal.
And have you been qualified as an expert in state courts,
Yes.
in federal courts?
Yes.
How about Idaho?
Don't think I have in Idaho. I can't. I've consulted on a lot of cases in Idaho, but I don't think I've ever had testimony in Idaho.
This is your first time then.
I believe it is.
Generally, when you work, and I'm talking about when you've done your consulting work or worked with an agency to do what you do, to review the records and to analyze the data. Do you usually work with the defense?
This is the first time I've ever testified for this.
Fair to say you usually are a prosecution witness?
That is a very fair statement.
Well, here you are, and you're working with us in Mr. Kohberger's case. What's your role in this case?
Trying to conduct an analysis of all of the geolocation data, at this point still focused primarily on Mr. Kohberger's device, ultimately all devices, but any geolocation data, which is the ability to look at a specific area, whatever range or size that might be at a specific time, and put some type of accuracy and reliability to a phone's travel. Maybe it's stagnant when it's moving, when it's not moving, when it's off, it's on, those type of things. But specifically as it relates to network, so the cellular network or a Wi-Fi network, I am not a forensics digital guy. I don't get into cell extractions. I'm not looking at the metadata on the phone. I'm looking at it very much as a network tool.
If I can make a rough distinction, you're not the person that's going to tell me who they called and which Facebook groups they might be a part of. You're not going to look at the data from the phone like photographs, but you're going to tell me the places this phone went and how it was used while it went somewhere.
Kind of. Let me clean that up a little bit. I will look first at where I believe the phone went, where it traveled, how it got there, how long it took, possible routes. And then to your point, I call it cooperative data. I'm then going to seek out all that data you just talked about to say, okay, we have these 3 photographs, we have this piece of surveillance video, we have these 4 receipts. I'm going to overlay it with my analysis so that I can corroborate the analysis accurate, or maybe we see activity associated with that person and the phone's not there. Does that person just not have the phone, or is part of our analysis wrong? Maybe surveillance details wrong. We don't know. So eventually I will get back to that data you're talking about, but I'm not the guy that's going to go out and extract that data.
Would it be fair to say that that's data that you would use in a final analysis as it comes in from other sources, that you're the go-to for me to understand how a phone works with a tower and how it moves between towers if the phone's in motion somewhere?
Yes, 100%.
You talked a little bit about drive test data or drive testing, and that being part of the company that you developed and part of the work that you've done. Is that helpful in understanding the ultimate picture?
Depending on the type of records we're dealing with, it can be very helpful. When we're looking at just basic call detail records, CDRs, a lot of times we're just getting connections to a particular cell site, and we can say a side of that cell site. Sometimes the frequencies that are used. Drive testing is really the only way to get a little bit more specific with where that phone may be. But more importantly, we can start to rule out areas we know it's not by drive testing. So just think of drive testing as a forensic evaluation of the actual cellular network in a particular area.
Fair. Are you familiar with AT&T records?
I am intimately familiar with AT&T records.
How long do you think you've been working with AT&T records?
28 years.
In our case that we're here on today, have you reviewed any AT&T records that relate to Mr. Kohberger?
I have.
What have you reviewed?
What AT&T refers to as their regular CDRs, which is a report AU as an atom union. I have identified the report CT as in Charles Tom, which is the subscriber information. There's a really weird name called Locabor, which is AT&T's attempt to estimate general locations using latitude and longitude. I don't want to say GPS because it is different than GPS. I believe I've looked at some Payne data from December. For the most part, that's what I've reviewed so far.
Have you looked at two separate AT&T warrant returns from December 23rd, 2022?
I have.
In your experience with working with AT&T records, is it common or uncommon to have two warrants, one that relies on the content of the first in the same day?
It's not uncommon to see a small time period that produces results that would increase the desire, the need for a bigger time period of records. Seeing that entire process happen twice in the same day is extremely rare.
When, well, the first AT&T record, we called it today the 48-hour AT&T record of Bryan's call detail record. If you were to take that and do an analysis on a call detail record, how long would that take?
Depends on the analysis, so I'll qualify that answer with looking at what was put into the second warrant that shows us at least parts of that analysis to include a route that was identified. To do it reliably and feel comfortable that I'm accurate, at least 3 hours, and that's if you know what you're doing and you have all the tools at your disposal. Arguably, you could spend half a day or more doing that very easily.
To do that, do you just take these records, printed copy, and know what's on there, or do you have to do something with those records?
You have to use some type of a mapping platform, software, and you would take the digital copy, which is typically a text file, you would import it into that program, which would then map everything. But if I'm going to use those results, search warrant affidavit, for example, there's a process that I'm going to go through to confirm the accuracy, because in theory, if I'm wrong, the entire linchpin of that case is now hinged on this affidavit that I wrote. So before I commit to swearing out to an affidavit, hey, this is what the phone is doing, X, Y, and Z, there's a further process of just mapping it to validate it. In this case, there's a lot of time distance measurements that need to be performed that can be extremely time consuming. There's some ulterior issues that come up with how that phone is interacting with other cell sites that needs to be analyzed. Again, saying that a very qualified, competent investigator spending half a day just coming up with that basic summary is very reasonable.
In that half a day, you would put that record into a computer program and a map would be produced?
Correct.
What other information besides that call detail record would you need to do this analysis?
In this case, I would want the call detail records. I would want the local board, LOCAVR. And I would want the regional cell tower list from AT&T.
Does AT&T generally provide that regional cell tower list inside of its record that it produces pursuant to the search warrant?
No, I would actually say by policy, they do not. It's a very large file. It typically does not transmit very well to government email. So they would direct users of where they can go online and download it.
And have you looked at this record, the 48-hour AT&T search warrant record, the return on that?
I have.
Did that include the regional tower list?
It did not.
Okay. So if you are doing this analysis, you put CDR records into a computer program, you put a regional tower list into the computer program. What does it produce?
The CDRs would show me cell sites that the phone connected to. In this case, even within 48 hours, there's hundreds of those cell sites. So it would take a while to really look at that. The regional cell site list would show me the cell towers that the phone's not interacting with, which can be just as important.
Does it spit out product to you, or does it create something that you can reference to write your next warrant?
Depending on which mapping platform you're using, they all create some type of a map that the person doing the analysis on can interact with, and they can change things, they can save things, they can create work product. Depending on that platform, that's saved in different types of maps, but yes, all of them would have some type of a mapping platform.
Okay. Would that be consistent with this past draft that we heard about earlier?
It's my opinion that Corporal Payne probably is misusing some terms there. I don't see any possibility of the FBI CAS team producing a CAS draft report on the 23rd. I think he's probably mistaken that he saw some type of CAS work product, which would be this map, before they export all those results into a report. So I believe that he probably saw some mapping through a mapping platform. It would really surprise me if there was a physical report. It would be completely out of character.
In that first AT&T report, did you, or request search warrant and affidavit, did you see the request for advanced timing reports?
I did. It's in both search warrants.
Did you get a copy of that in either return?
I have not seen any timing data in this case.
In December of 2022, did AT&T have this advanced timing report?
They absolutely did.
Was it something that they could produce?
It absolutely was.
And in May of 2023, how's it different to that May of 2023?
Prior to May of 2023, only certain agencies were receiving this timing report, the FBI being one of them. What was referenced earlier about the May 23 date, that is when AT&T started offering the same type of reports. It's a little different, but it's the basic timing report to state and local law enforcement as well. But prior to that date, state and local law enforcement would have to leverage these reports through federal agencies that had access to them.
Let's talk about the return on the second AT&T warrant. Did that have the tower list, the regional tower list in it?
It did not.
Did it have call detail records?
It did.
What time span?
I believe it's from June 23rd of 2022. The history register that was at extended, I want to say, to the end of December, maybe very first of January.
What's a real time pin register?
So the second search warrant asked for a couple of different things. Historical records going back to June 23rd to the current date, which was December 23rd. The second piece that was asked for is real-time data from the network, which is commonly referred to as a pin register, trap and trace. And it's the ability of law enforcement to monitor network connections in real time. So as that phone connects to the network for certain reasons, I can see those connections. It's not a wiretap. I can't hear anything. I can't see content, but I can tell the phone is connected to a particular cell tower. There's also what's referred to as Payne data, and that's going to be AT&T's estimation of where the phone is at, and that's provided by latitude and longitude, and that comes in every 15 minutes.
What is the purpose of one of those devices?
I should probably clarify. The third thing was the authorization for a cell site simulator. So it was a combination of all of these. Just as a matter of policy, and I think pretty much every law enforcement agency in the world has adopted this if they can. To use the cell site simulator, you want to see a real-time feed of the phone. Otherwise, you're driving in circles where the phone may not be. So it gives law enforcement the ability to have a general understanding of where a phone is operating or functioning. And then I can use the cell site simulator to do it. There's a number of reasons an agency might do this. This search warrant actually says they were requesting this because they were trying to locate where Mr. Kohberger was.
Going to the understanding what's happening right now, is that used so that you don't just know where the phone was 5 minutes ago, but you know where it is right now?
Within a time period, it's not a perfect system. There is a little bit of a delay in the information comes in intermittently. So it's not a real-time feed of giving constant evaluation of where that phone is. But if you know what you're looking at and you've done it long enough, you get a pretty good idea.
I heard you say that this is to try to find out where Mr. Kohberger is. In the information that supported this warrant, didn't they already know where Mr. Kohberger was?
I reviewed a lot of documents that clearly state not only did they know where he was, they had a surveillance team with eyes on. So yes, it would be unusual for an agency to request this type of equipment. And I need to qualify that. This truck driving around is about $1 million. It's not something you just park in the garage at night. It's a very expensive resource. It's a very technical resource that requires a lot of training and skill to use properly. So typically when it's used, it is used for, hey, we don't know where this person is at and we need to find them. And to be very honest, I don't have an issue with that part. I've used it thousands of times. It's a good tool. It's a great tool. However, if I know where a subject is and I'm physically watching him, it's probably disingenuous for me to get a search warrant justifying it that I need to find him.
Makes sense. Thank you. I want to switch gears and talk about the CAST-BIZ program.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the CAST-BIZ program?
I am.
Why?
I've worked with a these that have used it and accessed it. So I've worked on cases where we've used different mapping platforms to do kind of a compare and contrast as a peer review. So they would create a work product, we would create a work product, and then we would check each other's work. Because at the end of the day, we're just looking for the accuracy. We want to see if there's any errors in that. I would say I probably have worked with the CAST-BIZ reports several dozen times, maybe 50. I'm aware of some of the updates they've made. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm aware that they have added a feature that you can now input tower density, so you can create these estimated ranges, if you will. And I'm very familiar with the basic settings that you have certain controls you can do, like time zone. What time zone am I going to have it? Am I going to use the coverage density? Am I going to save my work? Am I going to just exit the program? I physically have seen those features a number of times.
As it relates to this particular case, have you had a chance to look at any exhibits prepared by Detective Mallory using the CAST-BIZ program?
Yes, but I should clarify. One of them I'm pretty familiar with. I believe it's State Exhibit 48 that was used for the grand jury. The others, I believe it was last week. So I'm probably going to have to look.
I'm going to have you my copy of it so that we know what we're talking about.
Okay.
I'm curious about what was needed to go into CAST-BIZ to create that.
So when I open the CAST-BIZ program, I have to input what I'm going to refer to as source data. So let me define source data is any data that is in electronic format, typically a text file, that the CAST-BIZ program is going to link to this mapping session and use that source data to create the images we're seeing. I can tell you right off the bat, without a doubt, this one is linked to two different source data. One is going to be a set of CDR records, so the regular AT&T CDRs. And then this particular exhibit would require the regional AT&T tower list, which is a text file that contains all of the cell site locations, most likely be Western Washington, Idaho, and Eastern Washington, Idaho, and Western Montana is typically that region. But there's no way this map was created without the AT&T tower list. It's physically impossible.
Is the AT&T tower list, was that contained in the call detail records that were obtained by search warrant relating to Mr. Kohberger?
It was not.
All right. And in the CASVIZ program, when you input the CDR call detail records and you input the tower list, does that program create any type of log?
It does, and I want to make the record really clear on what I'm testifying to, because it can get kind of confusing when we start talking about different versions. The CASVIZ program offers two styles of mapping. I can just default to a normal size, what they're going to refer to as a wedge shape, which is representing the sector the device connected to. If I was doing that, all I need is the AT&T records, because the AT&T CDRs actually have the tower information that's required for that mapping. As soon as I change that feature, though, to add coverage areas, the estimated coverage areas, and now these little wedge shapes or these sectors are all different sizes, the CAS program has to be linked to a tower list that has location of all of those towers. That's the only way the program knows how to size the cell sites. So I just want to clarify, if I'm mapping the CDRs without coverage areas, all I need is the CDRs. If I'm mapping the coverage areas in the CASVIZ program, I have to have a tower list. This one, I can see 3 different sectors. 2 of them, if anybody sees this exhibit, just to make the record really clear, they're really hard to see. One of them is just under the N as in Nora, under the word Pullman. The other one is right by the L in Pullman. But they're different sizes. And that tells me right off the bat that the AT&T tower list is used.
And why are they different sizes? Mind me again, please.
Cell tower density, we see a great big sector right in the middle of this map, and I'm not familiar with the area here. It's basically south of Pullman and south of Moscow, kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Not a lot of covers a large area. Then the other 2 are going to be in Pullman. It's kind of hard on this map, but I believe they are going to be ones that are on Washington State University campus. A lot more cell towers. The coverage is much smaller, so it's just estimate how far towers may connect to a phone, where others may have a very short range.
And is it based on that difference in towers that causes you to know that a certain type of tower report was used?
Yeah, it is a basic algorithm that uses tower density. And the only way to determine tower density is to have a list that has all of the towers, not just the ones that were used by the cell phone.
Okay. Do we have the list of the tower list that was used by Detective Mallory in developing that exhibit?
Detective Mallory stated he did not use a tower list to create this exhibit, so no, but I'm not sure how to answer that other than I haven't seen one.
Should it be there?
It is physically impossible to create this map without it.
If you had the logs from the CASVIZ program, would that give you more information about what was used?
It would. We would need the CASVIZ program as well. The logs are saving certain settings, and it's a JSON format, which is just a software language. We could load that JSON file into the CASVIZ program, and for the most part, we could replicate exactly what was done.
If I understand that, to turn it around, in order to replicate that and to see what was done, you would need a CASVIZ program. Is that right?
Correct, and preferably the same version that was used.
And you need a JSON file that was made by Detective Mallory. Is that right?
Correct, and depending on where the software program is, we would probably need the source data again, because it may not be automatically linked. Anybody who did PowerPoint 10 years ago, you make a PowerPoint on one computer, you save it on a thumb drive, you go to a different computer, all the links are broken. It could create a situation like that. So you probably need the original source data as well, just to be sure.
What's the original source data?
In this case, it would be the AT&T CDRs and the cell tower, the regional cell tower list.
From that time?
Correct.
Okay,
Well, no, if we're trying to recreate this work, this is where it gets a little bit complex. We would need the exact AT&T tower list that Maori used but didn't use, which makes it really difficult because AT&T updates these on a fairly regular basis. If he used a November list and I use an April list, the results could be different.
why would the results be different and given the month?
AT&T could have added or subtracted cell sites in the area, which would change the tower density. They could also reconfigure those cell sites, so maybe they point different directions. Given the rural area, 2 or 3 months, I don't think you're going to see much of a change, but it's always possible. So if we're talking about recreating this exhibit exactly the way it was, we would need not just the regional tower list, we would need to know which version of the regional tower list to use.
Is that generally why people in your field save their work?
We're talking best practices 101. We're creating a work product that is going to be used in a forensic nature, not showing how an extraction is done, not showing the source data that I use to create an exhibit. It happens, but for the most part, it's not perfect, especially somebody who is a subject matter expert in digital forensics. I won't say I haven't seen it, but it is rare.
Thank you. Let's move on and talk about the cast draft. Have you?
I'm sorry, Ms. Taylor, the passport report.
Draft? Have you?
Can I ask how much longer on this? Because we're 90 minutes, I need to give quarter break. But if you're gonna finish, in 5 or 10 minutes, that's probably fine.
Your Honor, I would say we probably have 15 or 20 minutes or so. If the court wants to do a break, we can, or
Let's take a recess. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Relax.
They're getting mad, guys, because they know that their case is imploding in front of them. And I think that's why Bill Thompson didn't want Cy Ray to testify. Because Cy Ray is sitting up there exposing everything. That Maori didn't use cell towers for the cast draft. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Especially, the judge said how much longer for this guy? That's kind of insulting for a certified expert. How much longer for this guy?
Yeah, sorry. Good? Not on the record yet. Not on the record. Oh, yeah. Okay, we are back on record. This is State versus Kohberger, CR 2922-2805. Everybody I identified previously are still here in the courtroom. Mr. Cy Ray is testifying. We are still on direct. Ms. Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ray, when we left off at our break, I was about to talk to you about the CAS draft report.
Okay.
So we'll start there. Have you reviewed a CAS draft report in Mr. Kohberger's case?
I have.
And from your review of that report, can you tell what records were relied on by Agent Balance to create that report?
That report would include, he had to have the AT&T CRs, the full 6 months. A tower list to make some conversions that I'm seeing on the report. And also drive test data, which would be another form of source data. And then a mapping platform to ingest the drive test data into to analyze it to create these shapes that are then put into the draft report.
Okay, I think I have that. Do we have the same call detail records that Nick Balance used to create his draft report?
Yes, well, I believe so.
Do those records appear to come from the December 23rd, 2022 to AT&T warrants?
I would say primarily the second warrant from what I've reviewed.
And is that because the CAST draft report spans the full 6 months of those records?
That is correct.
Okay, and those records, did those come from the second AT&T search warrant?
That is also correct.
Can you tell anything about the tower report or how the tower information was used by Agent Nick Balance?
The tower identifiers that are predominantly used, not exclusively, but predominantly used in the CAS draft report did not come from the report AU. If there's a conversion that can be made, and someone would have to have the national AT&T tower list, or at least the regional list. And I would take information from the CDRs. I would look at certain columns in this AT&T tower list, and I could get certain identifiers that are now being populated to the CAS report, if that makes sense.
Do we have a copy of the tower list that you believe was used?
We recently received 4 different versions. And when I say versions, they're just by month. And I believe we have August, September, November, and maybe December, or maybe it's in October. I'd have to go back and look. So far, I've only had time to look at the November. And from what I can tell, all of that appears to be accurate.
Would we need the October or the missing month to be able to do our work accurately?
It's a really good practice. I'm sure that's why the FBI included it. If I'm mapping records over a long period of time, like in this case, 6 months, I do want to see the different versions of the tower list to make sure that if a change was made within the network during that 6-month period, a tower I map in July may map differently in November. So it is important to have that data.
We have 4 of the 6 months, but not the other 2.
Correct. It would be helpful to even maybe see May, because there may not have been an update made in late June, early July. So May's would be what I would start with.
Can you tell if drive testing was done to create that cast draft?
Yes, there's images in the latter part of the report of around.
I think he's obliterating the state's case.
I wrote down a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I have lots of questions. Oh gosh, where did I put my notes here? Robert, tell me do you want to go into some of your takeaways right away?
Well, for one, Brett Payne mentioned that they've lost a few things.
That they've lost a few things?
Yes.
You know what? I didn't hear that because I had just turned the volume off because I wanted to get my hair and makeup done for your live stream. But anyway, keep going. I'm sorry.
Mallory right here has been talking, and not Mallory. Cyrey right here has been talking, and according to him, Mallory, when he did his rough draft for the cast report, didn't use the cell towers for the cast report.
Wow. You know, Robert, we were talking in the live chat. Can I hear your thoughts on that comment that we made about the roommate cell phones being used in the cast?
Yeah. Why would you want to use their cell phones in the cast report? They're not the ones being indicted. They're not the ones that was arrested. Why use their cell phones for the cast report?
I don't know. It just and I thought they were talking about it when they were saying about making that little that dry run they do to map out all the when some of them do like a simulator, and then some of them do like a dry run. And I thought, well, maybe they use the roommate cell phones for that, but like, why? I just thought that was interesting. I hadn't heard that before.
Yeah. And just like Christy just said, yep, they lost a lot. They've lost a lot of stuff. They've even lost some evidence.
Ugh. Oh shoot, Robert, keep going because I gotta find my notes here. I'm like a fish out of water because I don't know where all the notes I wrote down.
Okay.
And I'm nervous. So I'm actually gonna run down
Slides 100 and above.
Okay.
I believe there's a total of 4 images that were populated to that report that would require drive testing.
When somebody's doing drive testing, do you expect data to be produced?
Absolutely. Creating a work product that uses drive testing and then coming into court and testifying without the drive testing is no different than creating an exhibit like this and then saying, well, we don't have to produce the AT&T records that created this. The source data for drive testing is the drive test.
Do we have the drive testing that was done by the FBI to help create that report?
We have what I believe is the majority. There are some significant pieces missing. I can't say that those missing pieces exist and haven't been turned over, or they were erroneously not collected. I don't know which, but there are some pretty significant pieces that are missing.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that. But first, I want to know when you first saw drive testing.
What happened, Robert? I didn't go downstairs. I just got a hat to make myself look.
I think they killed the stream. I think they killed the stream and went to the closed door hearing.
Oh, so the closed door was right after this? Dang. Yeah, that was the 5:30. That's what we got mixed up, exactly. Okay. All right, I've got a couple notes here. Just want to ask you about. So remember when they said there's no, oh, here's the camera. Hello. Remember when they said there's no video, right?
Yeah.
On the streets. I'm confused because I remember them talking about, I want to say it's called the Wendy system. I probably have that name wrong, but talking about how they go back and they look at the traffic lights and they like, you want, you know what I mean? Like there was a certain
Yeah.
percentage of traffic lights, right? Sorry, yeah, you didn't mean to talk over you.
No, I was agreeing with you.
I don't know where I put my phone. Oh gosh. Need to disconnect for a second. So that was a big thing for me. And then second, when they were saying, okay, agree there's no camera footage, I'm like, need to look right at the camera. They were saying, they're talking about him driving, and I don't know if they just mean in the immediate vicinity or if they mean in totality, but I can think of a couple outer cameras that allegedly caught BK with the liquor store and the vape, not the vape shop, but the cannabis dispensary at the intersection.
Yeah.
So I'm like confused about that.
Yeah. See, what I'm confused is if Mallory did the draft for the cash report, why did he leave the cell phone tower data out of that cash report? Just like Cyree said before they cut the feed and went to the closed door hearing, Cyree said, yeah, you can show this paper all day as evidence, but unless you actually have the records from AT&T, this is just a worthless piece of paper.
Yeah, you know, along those same lines, something that totally caught my attention was they're like, okay, this has nothing to do with metadata. This is all about the towers. This is about, and I was like, wait, what? Like, if it has nothing to do with metadata, that's a big problem and a huge red flag for me. Not in the defense's corner, but in the prosecution's corner, because for me, after learning about this technology, when you don't have metadata involved, then the tower data is easily spoofed by metadata and spoofing software. So how can you rely on that? I just feel like you need, like you're saying, the AT&T records, you need the search warrants, you need the forensic download of the phone to bounce that off of. I mean, I'm no expert. I'm just talking about the articles I've read since we've been covering this, you know.
Yeah, and yeah, see, what's weird is Brett Payne was up there talking, and I'm sorry, he looked like an ugly bald Kojak. Yeah, because he had his beard and he had the bald head, and he was up there talking. He was asked a question, and he was having a hard time remembering stuff from this case because yes, it's been 17 months, and he's also stated that yes, they've lost some stuff along the way. What have they lost along the way? Is it key stuff that will indict Bryan? And if that's true, if they have lost some stuff, then does this jeopardize the state's case against Bryan?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know, like in the context you're saying, did he mean like he had lost some of his recollection of it, or was he literally talking about physical evidence being lost?
Brett Payne said Moscow PD has lost some items along the way.
Did they specify which items they were talking about?
Evidence-wise. They've lost some items evidence-wise along the way.
And they didn't specify which evidence? That's kind of, are they talking specifically about the cast report, the report that they had attached to the cast? I'm sorry. Are they talking about the workup?
Actual evidence that they've lost along the way that they've gotten from search warrants.
Like physical evidence? Like,
Yes.
I wonder why they didn't elaborate on that. Like, I wonder what, did the defense ask a rebuttal back when they said that? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, and Brett Payne said, well, I can't remember.
So he said he lost some stuff, but he can't remember what it was?
Yeah. Now here's what he indicated. He didn't say he lost it. He said Moscow Police Department in general lost some stuff along the way, evidence-wise.
Wait, hold on. Chrissy says, all the important stuff AT said, any video of the house 1122, no one knows where it's at or if they saved it.
Yes, that's
Any
one of
video
the...
of the house? I like said that so loud, sorry. Any video of the house is what they said. I'm gonna need to go back. I'm sorry, we're...
Yes, any video that they had at the house and what took place the morning of the unalivings, like the suspect vehicle 1 being spotted around the house, that video is gone.
What? That's so crazy. Oh my gosh. I don't understand. I don't understand. They lost the video of the house? I mean, I keep saying, ask me to repeat it. I'm gonna need to go back and I trust you, but that's just insane.
Right there. She said anything of importance in or near the area.
What? They lost it. What about Linda Lane? So Linda Lane's not real.
Here, I'll go back and...
That means Linda Lane's not real, right, guys? Doesn't it? I'm gonna share this, tell everybody I'm live here. Hold on, create a post. Please join me live. What? I should put on panel. Hold on, I'm just sending that post out to my channel so they should know we're here.
That's crazy. You know, when Brett Payne said that, I'm like, what the? How can you lose video evidence?
I do not know. I had a couple, wait, let me see what else I have in my notes here. Oh yeah, there was another interesting comment that there's another interesting comment I saw that's, wait, was it Ray who said this? Hold on. Yeah, this was from, I think it wasn't from Ray. Who was the guy right before Ray?
That was Brett Payne.
I don't think it was the, no, this is from Ray because this was not from Payne. Oh, I'm sorry, what?
This is what Christy said on the screen.
Yeah, this was definitely from Ray. I'm just jotting my memory. I wrote a bunch of chickens scribbled down here. So Ray said something interesting. I mean, I just want to repeat it because I thought it was worth noting. He was saying one of the reasons why he found the stuff that they did as exculpatory was because in general, if the FBI did one of these workups in the simulator, it would take a lot longer and they wouldn't be finished by that date that was named. So I took two things away from that statement. Number one, Ray is the expert, so he's giving his opinion, but he simultaneously admits it's not that he says it's impossible or possible. He says that that's not the operation of the FBI. Hi, AR. I'm sure probably you have a lot to say on what we're saying.
Yep. AR is here too. But yeah. I was kind of stunned and blown back a little bit when Ray was testifying, and the judge said, "How much longer for this guy?"
Wow, I didn't hear that part. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
because they were wanting to do a recess and then do the closed door hearing, and the judge said, "Miss Taylor, how much longer do you have for this guy?" And she said about 15, 20 minutes. And, well, let's take a recess.
So I had some notes sent to me. Would you like me to read a couple of these?
Yeah.
All right, so let's see. So number one, the state didn't even ask to get evidence from the FBI, it sounds like, in a couple of instances. And that was during the Ray testimony. And I guess Payne said he never, and these are from Heather. I asked Heather because when she told me I'm just going to give a little explanation here. I thought I was an hour off on this because I should have looked it up for myself, but I didn't realize our live stream wasn't scheduled for the exact time of the hearing. So Heather summarized the first half of it for me so that I could watch the second half. I just want to give credit to whose notes these are. And it said Payne never got any of the information he entered money. Wait. They asked questions of him and he said he did not recall to the best of his recollection. He said he wasn't given any data from AT&T for the 6 months warrant from June 23rd to December 23rd, and on the date that he filed the warrant until April. And then another thing that Heather said was, let me read it before I say it. That's probably key here. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Do the cast. He said that he didn't do the cast, which is true. He doesn't even actually know. So and I'm gonna add to this, but I'm just gonna read the whole thing out loud. Then he said he didn't know how to do the cast, and he doesn't even actually know that much about how to do cast. He has provided information. Blah, blah, blah. So I remember reading that part, and I guess what they're saying is they didn't actually have a report. Like, I'm freezing. Sorry, my brain is
okay.
Robert, pick up, and I'm gonna pick up my thought. You give me your thought real quick. You know how much you did. So, I mean, basically, he said he doesn't think this guy even understood what he was looking at, because he thinks that he looked at an FBI final presentation, but actually it was just the workup and it wasn't even half done. And the reason he feels that way is because the FBI would never have had that done by that particular date. Hi, Glenda.
Hey, AR just said something on the screen.
Hi, Robert and Swamp. I'm going to announce on my channel I'm joining you live and see. Oh, thank you. Okay, then it says, created forensic data for grand jury. So then Ray said, and this is confusing to me, that he would never create a forensic data for grand jury and not show the work. That is absolutely not common. People do not do this type of presentation without showing the workup. And that was a big question that I had, because I'm like, well, doesn't that final cast presentation, does it kind of tell you how you got to that conclusion? Does it allude how you did that? So maybe the final product shows you how the workup got there, you know. That was always a thought I had, but it sounds like he says it's not common. Usually you get this final report plus all the ways that you got to it. Let's see. Would you know what the Chewy report is? Anyone in the chat? Chewy report?
I've never heard of it.
Okay.
I think it's a Tui. You talk about the Tui decision.
Oh yeah, that's it. They never even sent the Tui warrants to the FBI. They never sent the warrants to the FBI, and the judge just signed it a month ago. So they signed them a month ago, and they haven't been set in, is what the street is telling me. So if for those who are just joining us, I'm just reading the word on the screen here. Here. Okay, so that's what I got.
Yeah, I'm still going. You know what the F with. Now, Ann Taylor, she was on point today. She really was, and you hardly heard nothing from Bill Thompson or Allison Jennings or Lucy Jennings, whatever her name is. Bill Thompson never looked up from his notepad. The whole hearing, he had his head down. Even when Ray was testifying. And towards the end, before they cut the live feed, Bill Thompson's face was purple.
That's so funny because Christy texted me the same thing. Shout out, Christy. Thank you for keeping me abreast of what's going on in the trial. Yeah, exact words from Christy. So you're not the only one who thought that.
Yeah, just like Glenda just said. Why did Judge John Judge set dates for evidence to be filed if he did not plan on keeping them? I think she's talking about the May 14th and May 16th. But yeah, why did Triple J, JJJ, Judge John Judge, set dates for evidence to be filed if he did not plan on keeping them? And she said all dates. Glenda says everything seems lost. You're on mute.
Glenda, it just takes my breath away that I spent all that time mapping out the cameras and hearing that these girls were caught, like their car. I mean, okay, so in the PCA, I have the PCA right here. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. This is why this really upsets me, because page 6, hold on. Page 3, let me get page 6 here. All right. A review of the footage from multiple videos obtained on the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle. Okay, let me read this a little slower, folks. And I can pull this up if you want to see it. But a review of the footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle number 1, starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle number 1 makes an initial 3 passes by 1122 King Road residents and then leaves via Willenta Drive. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. And listen to this one key sentence that I have dwelled on in so many live streams. It says, upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit the area during that time. Do you realize the unaliver's car was caught on camera because of that sentence? Because that sentence means it turns, this particular camera they were looking on turns on when the car drives by. So it's meant to catch traffic going by the house. So
that's the video they lost or they did not save.
Oh, so there's 2 kinds? I thought you just said that they have no video of in or about. Where was that quote up here? It says they have no, Robert Swamp, they have no idea if anyone watched. Let me just see. Robert Swamp. The important AT said they have any video of the house 1122. No one knows where it's at or if they saved it. No one knows where this is at?
No.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Good gracious. Hold on, I gotta mute myself for 1 second. I just gotta say something to my speaker. Hold on.
Okay. There's the link, AR. But yeah, each hearing, more and more stuff is coming out to the point where I think they got the wrong guy.
Oh, whoops, I gotta unmute. So I'm still not there yet saying that
Who's that?
that we know enough to say that they have the wrong guy. But the state says that if they were to drop these charges about BK, they would instantly rearrest him on the evidence they have. So I'm curious what it is. And
Who is this in backstage?
Can you hear
oh,
me?
let's put a screensaver up before you.
I
Who,
didn't want to be on here.
Oh, hey, that was so cute. Well, thank you for stopping by. Who was that? Well, anyway, thank you. That was cute.
there's AR.
Hi, guys.
I make it in?
Yeah,
All right, good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
yeah.
And Aaron, Robert,
All right.
I just have to step out for 1 second. I'll be back in 1 minute. I'm so sorry, but I'll be listening, okay?
You do your thing, Swamp. You do your thing.
So,
Robert,
so
how are you, my friend?
I'm doing okay, man. Still trying to wrap my head around how can you lose evidence?
Well, you know, unfortunately, this is the type of things that happen in cases. And a lot of times, cases, they don't get caught when it does happen. But when you're in this high magnitude of a case, which they probably didn't expect it was going to be this big back when it happened, now they're scurrying because they know, I mean, it's proven. We saw it not only last week during the hearing where you have one officer up there, and as you probably have recollected, he's blaming everybody else. And today what happens when Payne gets up there? He turns right back around and points a finger at everybody else and then states, well, if you want that evidence, it's all going to be at the evidentiary. Well, you don't think Ann Taylor's already been there and checked all that out? She's going to know that it's not there. So here we go. Now we're going to come into a Franks hearing, Robert. I'm going to tell you right now in advance, the very next step that's going to come into play in this case is going to be a Franks hearing. I'm sure you know what that is, correct?
No, not really. What is that?
Okay, so what a Franks hearing is exactly what you just asked. Where's all the evidence? Why don't we see the evidence that they claim that they had? And now, all of a sudden, it's becoming known that a lot of that is missing and not around. So what a Franks hearing is, and Ann Taylor's going to motion for it, is going to be in the judge's quarters. They're going to go into the closed quarters, just the prosecution and the defense, and they're going to argue over this evidence, where the prosecution's going to have to answer up to why they don't have certain things that they're trying to utilize to prosecute, Bryan Kohberger. And the defense is going to make the statements that they don't have said evidence, and that's going to help leading into prosecutorial misconduct issues, maybe issues with the officers, which could be sanctions against them. And then outside of that, it's also going to move for either a mistrial or a dismissal of charges against Bryan Kohberger. So that'll be the next move. That's where they're heading. It's going to take a while to get there, but that's what these fights are all about. That's why they're arguing these things. And trust me, this isn't normal. What you just saw over the last week, in most cases, is not normal. It's like a mini trial before it's even a trial. And you see how they're interrogating the witnesses, and that's to prove that their motion that will be upcoming for the Franks hearing is going to be validated. So it's going to be very interesting to see as we move forward how that works out.
Yeah, I thought Cy Ray, he was dropping some bombs today. Like the whole Mallory not using cell towers for the draft of the cash report. My jaw literally dropped to the floor when I heard that.
I'll tell you what, first off, I hope people are really paying attention to how intelligent and well-versed Cy Ray is, because that's going to do big things on a stand before a jury. But second of all, I hope they understand his background and his expertise. Can you see the difference between when Brent Payne or another Idaho Moscow officer who's supposed to be helping out with the cash report gets up there and they're stumbling and fumbling and don't even know what they're talking about. And Cy Ray gets up there and just smoothly, confidently explains the entire process and every little detail as if this is back nature for him. And just imagine in court how this is going to go at trial. If it gets to trial, just imagine the witnesses the prosecution are going to put on compared to the witnesses that the defense are going to have. And it's pretty evident right now. It's a pretty bad overmatch.
Yeah, he was incredible on stand. There's no doubt this man is completely polished. He's done 100 cases. He knows how to speak on the fly. And it sounds like from hearing how he created that software, it was clearly his passion. So listening to someone like that who can just flow and talk second nature about it, of course, like it's incredibly impressive to someone like me watching or to a juror. And I wanted to say, like, it sounds like from what he was saying about the mapping of the cell phone towers, he was a pioneer in that field as well. So I think that's about, that probably speaks why he's so good. I wanted to ask you, AR, I was asking Robert this when I first came in, but I was a little bit taken back when I heard that this particular mapping of BK's route only included tower data and didn't include any of the metadata, which is something I'm kind of obsessed with on both the phone and anything that would be located in the car. And the reason I find that very alarming, and I know that there's a lot of anomalies we're going to talk about right now, but one thing that bothers me about that is that if you only have the tower data and you don't have the metadata, or you're not using the metadata to map the towers, it's possible for somebody to trick the system, because the metadata is what tells how your phone moves forward, to the side, to the left, your accelerometer. It's got gyroscopes and magnetometers in it. It's telling so much, even without connecting to GPS, about it can basically tell which way you're moving. And there are ways to spoof it if you have an app or some sort of spoofing software, especially if you're just talking about tower data. So that's alarming to me that nobody here is going on forensics, because it would seem like somebody who studies this, like a genius or someone really smart who's studying this kind of stuff and wanted to trick the system. It seems like a younger person is 10 steps ahead of the police when it comes to this, because I can list about 6 different ways to spoof this software and show you were somewhere else when you said you were one place. So I know I'm just alarmed by the whole thing, knowing that metadata is not included in this tower reading. Any thoughts from you guys on that?
Robert, I'll let you jump in real quick before I speak on it. I'll put you on the spot there, buddy.
I don't know nothing about metadata, but I have looked, and there's like only 2 towers there in that entire region. There's the one in Pullman, and then the one in Moscow. And what I couldn't believe was Cy Ray was kind of backing up his alibi that he was in YY Park that night, because from the way he looked at it, Bryan's cell phone never left southeast of Pullman and never went into Moscow. And I'm thinking, wait, what? Did he just back up Bryan's alibi that he was in a YY Park that night? And then
that's an interesting.
And then what shocked me was when he picked up that piece of paper. He said you could use this as evidence, but unless you have the AT&T records, this piece of paper is not evidence. It's just a piece of paper, and he put it back down.
Yeah, I thought he explained it very well. And Kiki, I think your point regards to metadata, just in my opinion, and I think it might flow along with what you're saying, I think the metadata possibly is more important than just the cell tower data, because it's a much broader spectrum and it shows so much more, in my opinion. That's my opinion, and I'm not an expert, but from the few that I've followed and I listened to, the metadata always comes back as a major discussion when it comes to cash reports and cell phone records and other things. So, what's really just irritating about the entire thing is I don't know, to answer that question, whether the manipulation is truly happening, by someone that could have possibly committed the crime. Is it possibly manipulation by a defendant or a suspect? Or can we flip that over and say the manipulation is happening through the actual investigation and the people conducting that investigation by misrepresenting the info that they're gathering by leaving some of that out, or just not analyze? Maybe they're not properly educated to be able to do it, Swamp. Maybe they're just not. So,
Well, I read something, I was reading some literature that somebody sent me to make a video out of, and it was really about that training. And I'll go into it in more detail and bring some receipts. But essentially, the training is, there is no standard. Like, I mean, there's, I don't have anything to speak of authority of it, but I know that there is some sort of art or interpretation that it comes with this type of stuff. But a forensic download of your phone, if you're saying that typically this tower evidence is followed by some sort of metadata, then this seems weird. Like, you would think you would back it up with the metadata. And also, I would think that someone who specializes in, just to say it again, someone who specializes in this cloud forensic, justice, you would think that they would understand how to manipulate this type of system. Tower data.
yeah, and a lot of people would bring that argument into play if they want to take a look at the suspect, Bryan Kohberger, who's defending himself in this case. They could most definitely look at his background, his studies, his knowledge, and say, this young man would possibly know how to throw certain things off to deter the investigation into him. And I can't argue and say there's no possibility that he did that. I have issues with the fact that people want to claim he has the capability of manipulating the investigation in so many grand ways. It would take this extreme amount of knowledge and obviously technique to do, but he would still drive his own car, take his own cell phone, do all these things, when I can go to Walmart, I can get a prepaid cell phone and not ever register that phone to me or my name or anything about me. It just is a blank entity with no connection to me at all. And how would you trace that? So why not just use that phone rather than your own? I mean, it just, to me, a lot of things don't add up. So I don't know. I still have a lot of questions, and I hope we get more and more answers, because it's a great question by you. Very, very good question, and it's one that needs to be answered.
Well, your rebuttal, though, is, I think that your rebuttal is the same that a defense attorney would probably give, which is, well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If BK can manipulate this, we can turn around and say the exact same thing about you if you're not pulling up the forensic, analysis of what you did with the CAS report, and we're not pulling up the forensic metadata of the phone. Like, you guys can manipulate to whatever you want for the jury on either side.
Yeah, and that's what's scary now, right? I mean, as we start to see this come together, when we discuss true crime cases, a defense attorney's main obligation when you get it into the courtroom is not to have to prove innocence. It's just to prove a reasonable doubt. They've got to create just a spectrum of reasonable doubt, and their client gets out of the situation they're at. And right now, we're already seeing the undertones. I mean, when you left the hearing today, after just hearing the two people talk between Payne and Cy Ray, do you have any reasonable doubt in your mind right now that maybe Bryan Kohberger could just possibly not have done this?
Yeah.
Well, I would, but the thing is that I still have the same opinion that I would have before I even came into this, which is I'm working with partial information, and there's just no way I'd be able to understand what he's saying without understanding how they placed the phone where it is. And from everything that I've come to understand, I would never, as a juror, want to accept that this was it. I would imagine there has to be a forensic download of the phone. And then AR, we were talking about the verbiage they use, not to just jump around in here, but right when you were coming on, we were reading page 6 of the PCA, and those cameras surrounding the house Did you hear us talking about that? And if not, I was wondering if I could at some point read this paragraph again and get your take on that.
Yeah, why don't you jump back into that? I didn't hear it, Swamp, and I would love to hear it. So if you could read it to me, and then we could discuss that a little bit better as well.
Yeah, and Robert knows all the details on this, so I'll read the paragraph and then Robert can tell you about it. So this is the quote that we were discussing right before you came on. A review of the footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle number 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by 1122 King Road residents and then leaves via Willenta Drive. Based off my experience as a patrol officer in a residential neighborhood with very little or limited number of vehicles traveling in the area during early morning hours, upon review of the video, there are only a few cars entering and exiting the area at that time.
And that's the video, AR. That's the video that they have lost or did not save. Is the video of suspect vehicle 1 in and around the King Road residence. That's the video that they have lost or did not save, and that's what Brett Payne was explaining to Van Taylor. Was they've lost some stuff along the way, evidence-wise, and what the thing they lost was that video showing the car in and around the residence at that time.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the discussion about Payne. You know, he wants to refer everybody to go back to the Moscow evidentiary, department there at Moscow, is they're going to have more and more of the video. I didn't really get the, I guess in my opinion, and Robert, you may have heard it better than I did. I didn't catch that they had lost it. I believe that Brett Payne was making reference that he doesn't know where it is. He couldn't, direct anybody to it, which for a lead investigator probably tells me you're probably right, Robert. They probably did lose it or, destruct it because it, after further analysis, it may not have shown exactly what they thought it would, and now they don't want to bring it to light. But that's the whole thing is without that, now we're not going to have the imagery that they're, portraying as the car driving around the actual crime scene, which in my opinion would be the most important video to have, is that car in the direct area of the crime scene. I don't care where else in Moscow he's driving or what highway south of town or any of that. I need more proof that he's right there where the crime was. And yeah. I think we're starting to see some issues that are going to arise with that. That's what that Frank's hearing that I was talking about. And I don't know if you heard that when I was discussing that, Swamp. The next big thing to come is going to be a Frank's hearing. And that's going to be a big debate behind the closed doors, is the evidentiary value that we may be seen dissipate right before our eyes because nobody seems to know where to locate certain things that are very important to this case. And then we're also coming to find out only 18% of the drive test was completed. And I mean, there's a lot of problems here. There's a lot of problems.
Yeah. And just like Chris, you just said, Payne did the PCA by what others said, and he actually stated that in the hearing that he did the PCA by what others said. Now, is the others Dylan and Bethany, or is it other officers?
Ask that again, just because I think I let my mind go into another place. Ask that one again.
Well, I put it on screen.
Did the PCA, in regards to PCA being written Payne clearly stated that his PCA was directly written based upon what FBI agents were feeding him, because as we probably all know, I say this pretty firmly in my belief, but it is still my belief, the FBI ran this investigation. and
Yeah.
was handing bits and pieces of it to the Moscow Police Department so that they could step in front of the podium and make statements to the crowd. But the problem with that is Payne is the one that has to write this arrest warrant, and he doesn't know any of the actual facts, and he didn't do any of the actual work to get what he's trying to write into the affidavit for the arrest of this defendant. So now we got to wonder if the FBI was relaying the message to Payne. Did Payne get the information correctly? Did he misword it? Was there something wrong with this? I mean, it just, because Payne didn't have his own hands and his own knowledge into this work, this PCA is going to have a hard time surviving. And I know a lot of people, you know, on the side that feel as though Bryan Kohberger is guilty, they're going to say, well, the PCA is no longer relevant. They secured the arrest. They got the DNA. They confirmed the DNA. They did. No, it's going to make a big ordeal because of the fact all of those warrants that were issued after the arrest to get more evidence against Kohberger can all be thrown out. Now, once you lose all that evidence, now you got to go back to the very beginning. You got to utilize that only the PCA evidence, which is already getting discredited. So now, what are you basing your arrest on that got you the DNA? There's so many issues here, so many issues. My biggest concern, and it's a sad one, is we have a judge overseeing this case that doesn't have the experience, doesn't have the confidence, and doesn't have the willpower to step in and regulate this case the way it should be regulated. He should have already stepped in and set firm deadlines and started punishing people for not meeting them. There should have been a lot more strictness behind this than what's been happening.
Yeah, even with Ray has admitted today he has never worked with the defense. Yeah, in any case he's ever done, he's always testified for the prosecution. This case is the very first case he's actually testifying for the defense.
Yeah, and you know what's funny too, and I don't talk about it a lot, but one of my biggest parts of my criminal history is from the very departments that Ray worked at in Phoenix, Arizona. That's where I actually went to two of my biggest trials. He was on the force there. You know, I never had to deal with him personally because he never had any effect on my cases. But, you know, I have heard of some of the cases he worked from that time that I was in that area, and they were big cases, and he is well respected. Let me tell you, Arizona well respects Ray, and yeah, it's gonna be hard to discredit him when he gets put on the stand, because if you discredit Ray, now you gotta look back at every case in the past. You have to start questioning, why do you accept his work as a prosecution's witness, but you're going to overshadow it just because he's seen something wrong in this case and standing up for a defendant? Well, there must be a reason. There must be a reason why he's doing that.
Yeah, and well, just like Heather Fitzgerald just said, that he knows the FBI cast agent Nick, so he knows the guy that did the cast report in this case. And I think my main takeaway from this is when he basically said, without the AT&T records, your evidence here, which he showed the draft of the cast report, he said, without those AT&T records, it's just a piece of paper. And I noticed today that the judge was kind of getting on to Ann Taylor a lot more today than he's ever done in the past. Like when Ray was testifying, he seemed like he was irritated at the fact that he was testifying, and I'm not sure. I could have swore I heard the judge say, how much longer for this guy? Or do we need to do we need to go on do we need to go on recess? And when Ann Taylor said 15 to 20 minutes, well, let's take a recess then. It's like the judge and the prosecutor doesn't want to hear from Cyree because they know that he can punch holes in their entire case.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I say, I feel as though the judge needs to kind of step it up to the plate and get a little bit stronger in the way that he controls his courtroom. Because at this point, I mean, you got to really take a step back real quick and look away from the judge and look away from Ann Taylor and who, at this very point, who's normally very in the picture and vocal to the point he's stomping his feet and throwing a temper tantrum, is silent and not even wanting to step to the plate to say anything. He's allowing his little, sidekick there to do the talking for the prosecution because Bill Thompson right now is angry. He's very angry that this information is even coming out. He did not want this information out. He didn't want it to come out in this manner. He sure didn't want a mini trial on the side with a defense expert that's so versed and so, educated in this field with experience to back it. Now, I know the judge is feeling the pressure because now he knows what's coming. You've just got the Frank hearing that's going to be motioned for. You're going to have dismissal after dismissal motioned for. Then you're going to have evidence suppression hearings that are coming that's going to range everything from the video, audio, to the cell phone records, to any of the witness testimony. I mean, there's going to be so many dismissal hearings coming up before us. I would estimate around 100. Probably, I bet there's going to be 100 motions or so because they're going to touch on each and every little thing so far. And that's why I've always stated that, in my opinion, this case will see 2 dismissals before we ever see trial. And they're going to be quick to rearrest, but it's going to be a shake for all those that really are not open-minded, trying to see the actual picture of the evidence adding up to guilt before we just say guilt. There's going to be some shaky moments coming, and we'll see how this judge and Bill Thompson over there. I think Bill Thompson retires before this goes to trial because I don't think he's going to make it to trial. I just don't.
He was purple by the end of Cyree's testimony. You could see him turning purple.
I want to ask a couple. So we've got Heather in the chat, and I want to ask a couple questions to the chat while we have you here. So can you, and actually you and AR, you and Robert can clarify this for me too, because I was like making dinner and a bunch of other things while everything was going on. So when at first I got some messages that there were some like booms going on in the hearing before I turned it on. And then basically they were saying that, and I'm coming back to, you were telling me that they lost the cameras and they lost the footage. And then I'm looking at my notes here, and could somebody clarify for me, did they say they lost that footage, or did they say she just has 1,000 hours of footage and the state needs to do an audit and tell her these timestamps, because otherwise it's not like they have a timestamp. Like I guess, were they saying that they have to themselves go find it in that data, or are they saying that it's just gone forever?
No, it's both. So they have very unorganized video at the Department of Evidence there in Moscow that Ann Taylor's been to 6 times or something like that to go through thousands of hours worth of video, because they have not clarified where what is within those videos. However, it has also been clearly stated by both the prior Mowry and then Payne today that they have lost some of the video footage because it was either not gathered in a timely manner, or, you know, there was some reasoning to why they don't have it. So there is evidentiary video that they no longer have, and then they have some that's just so poorly organized that nobody knows where what part of what video is. So
When you say lost, did she say it in context of like they lost the opportunity to obtain it, or did you say it like they had it in their possession and they lost it? They also
a little bit of both.
a little bit of both.
A little bit of both, yeah. And I think that's where some gray area is going to come in. And that's why I don't jump up and down and just start screaming, well, they had it in their hands and they destroyed it, because I don't know that. Maybe it was on, you know, a portion of video, and then they just discredited that video, got rid of it. They no longer have it, which does happen. But now the defense wants part of that video. It doesn't mean that they don't have video of what they've utilized as evidence. What it means is they don't have portions of the video that Ann Taylor is specifically requesting, because they want to do their due diligence on the defense side to put together their defense. So that's kind of where that's heading, is, hey, I'm wanting this time frame of video, but you only have this time frame of video. Where's the rest of that? And the prosecution may come back and just say that they don't have that anymore.
Okay.
So,
Oh, another question I saw in the chat that I wanted to get you guys' take on, which I don't know if we've actually even touched base on yet, but why don't you think the state cross-examined Cyrene? I have a feeling what you're going to say, but.
well, I think they would have been idiotic to even make that attempt. I don't think they were prepared by any means for exactly what they were walking into, even though they're able to hear and prepare what Brett Payne is going to say. They have no idea what the prosecution and Cy Ray are going to say, because Cy Ray's been working directly with the defense. Now, obviously, the defense has turned over the information that they've gathered, and they have to do that through the evidentiary disclosure. But I think they were actually caught more off guard by the direction the defense was taking. I don't think they were as prepared for that as many think they would be. And they knew that now is not the time to get into that discussion, just because, I mean, like I keep saying the word, the Frank hearing, and everybody in the system and everybody that's been around this in the prosecutor's office knows that's where Ann Taylor is going. And
Okay, what happened?
Oh gosh, right in mid-thought too.
What happened?
He's going to be back, I'm sure, right?
I hope so.
I know he was saying like that. Okay. Were you going to add to what he's going to say? Because I can post another question until he gets back.
Heather Fitzgerald just said, Bill is on the next flight to Tijuana.
I know. I was laughing at that earlier.
Okay, that was just strange.
Yeah. Well, okay. Another question for you guys. So I think, okay, so one of the things that stood out to me was that they were requesting all the email interactions between the FBI and the prosecutor's office. So I understand why at this point, because they said that they were building the actual stuff that they were putting into the PCA off of what the FBI gave them for information. So I can see why they're auditing these emails. Now that I've contextualized that, my question is it common to request email exchanges between FBI and prosecutors? Is that common practice, or does that, I mean, it just sounded kind of like.
Okay, he's back. What
Yeah,
happened,
buddy? You guys decide you didn't want to hear from me anymore. That was a quick exit, wasn't it? I don't know what that was.
Mid-sentence, boop, he's gone. I'm like, and me and Kiki sitting here going, wait, what happened?
Well, there I went. Good night. I'm done. No, I have no idea what happened. And I lost my whole train of thought of even what I was talking about. But I did make it back, which is good for me.
All right, you were talking about the Franks hearing.
Yeah, so I mean, I think now I know exactly kind of where I was at, and Kiki, it's a great question. Why wouldn't they want to engage and actually cross-examine Ray? And I believe that they actually want to withhold from that until they can have expert testimony and expert advice on exactly how to approach a cross-examination with him, because they're going to have to. They're going to have to cross examine him, obviously, at trial. So they better have all their bullets ready to go. But, I think that behind closed doors, they're going to do everything they can in the Franks hearing to get it to where Ray will never be heard on a live stand. So we'll see. We'll see.
Are they that terrified of him?
I don't know if they're terrified of a person per se. They're terrified of. I mean, we already see the little rumblings of what's coming unglued with this case, and what more can the defense bring to the table, whether it be even true or not true. All they got to do is just kind of create a thought or an assumption, and it goes a long way in people's minds. I mean, watch what happens within the content creating world as of tonight, and all the different views and the opinions and thoughts of today's hearing, and now just try to imagine what that's going to be like when you have 4 or 5 different versions of experts on the stand. And the prosecution right now is just kind of playing the try to control, what is it, the flames. I'm trying to use the terminology that everybody uses, but they're trying to control
the narrative,
Yeah.
basically.
Well, that and damage control as well. They want to kind of put out the fires before they get too hot for everybody, because I mean, this is where the craziness in the world, and we've all spoken about this. I think all 3 of us are pretty well spoken, and when it comes to, we don't want all the weird theories and all these sideways stories. We want to find the truth, and we want to do that in a very factual and fair way to both sides. Like, I had a lot of people last night that watched me go live with Daniel and said the only reason why I'm saying Bryan Kohberger should get this or that or this or that is because I'm an ex-convict and I want all convicts to be not get, and that's not the truth at all. I want justice. I hold the justice system accountable because I want to see it done correctly, and I believe both of you do as well. We don't need the sideways stories. We don't need anything fake being brought into the mix. We got enough questions as it is based on the real facts. So let's move forward with that. And I think that's some damage control that the prosecution could be really attempting to do as well.
Yeah, just like Paco Jewel just said, Ray made them look stupid.
Yeah, I mean, Ray's, by far, so far, Ray's been the most intelligent person to speak so far, in regards to what all of us are looking at when it comes to the cash report, cell phone data, where the person could possibly be. I mean, for him to step up the way he did today, to back up Ann Taylor, standing up before the masses of the country and saying, we believe our client is innocent of this crime. We fully believe our client is innocent. And now you have a man like Ray stepping up to back that up, and he didn't detour from saying we have problems here. Like, we have major problems, not only with the evidence I have before me, but also the way the evidence has been collected and utilized so far. Boy, that's a scary thought.
Oh yeah. Now explain to me, what is the cell site simulator?
That's not a question. Yeah, it's not anything I could answer.
I think what they were saying was it would take a lot more time if you used a simulator rather than going and mapping out the entire route yourself to find out how the towers interact with a cell phone. That's what it sounded like. And along those same lines, I want to just follow it up with a question while I have the floor and just say, one of the things I found interesting is when they were talking about Cyray was talking about the emails, just back to this email, like, is it common to ask for email interactions between the FBI and the prosecutor? And it sounds like in this case, that's what the prosecutor is using to create the PCA. So yes, he kind of had to, but it sounds weird. But the Cyray says, well, I know Nick. So apparently Nick is the guy that was emailing back and forth. It makes me pause really quickly, because if Cyray is literally going on a limb saying he has something exculpatory, and his dear friend is this Nick who helped create the PCA. I mean, what are you guys' thoughts on that? I just made that. I thought, would Cyray have? Cyray is super confident about there was some issues with developing this, and he also knows the person who provided the information. I'm reading between the lines a little. I don't know. What do you guys think? The FBI cast guy. That's what I'm saying. So he was the one emailing back and forth to the prosecution. He says, "I know Nick," but then the Ann Taylor's like, "Well, we need additional emails between the FBI and the prosecutor." She says she doesn't have everything. I don't know. Just thoughts on that, you guys. I picked up on that, and I just wanted to know what you guys thought.
Now, was it Cyray or was it Brett Payne that she was asking that question to? Because Brett Payne was talking about emails as well. Yeah, that the emails were in the evidentiary, and he said he doesn't recollect what happened to them. He put them in the evidentiary, but he doesn't recollect what happened to them.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. So they had that interaction, and they were like, "Okay, well, we need more emails that were between the FBI and the prosecutor, or between this officer." And then when and this was regarding how they built the cast for the PCA, and then when Cy gets on the stand, he says, "Well, I know Nick," and Nick was the guy that was emailing the police. So what I'm thinking is, does Cy know more? Did Cy had a personal conversation with, like, how do they know that what's in there? I don't know. I just thought that was an interesting element. Maybe it was even like a warning shot, like, I know what's in those emails. You better provide the ones you did. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I do believe Cyray knows more than what got portrayed today, and I believe Ann Taylor held some of that back. It's a much bigger fight to go after the FBI than it is after the Moscow Police Department. So the attack today would be literally on who was deemed to be the lead investigators in this case, which would be Brett Payne, the Moscow Police Department, and then it's going to branch off of that and go into the Idaho State Police, and then it's going to have a couple others, and it'll be the FBI at the end result. So right now, Ann Taylor may have some heads up from Cyray, because I have a gut feeling, and to kind of go with what you're saying, Kiki, I have a gut feeling this guy with the FBI, who knows Cyray, probably reached out to Cyray and says, "Hey, we got this big case. Here's a little bit of info. Give me your opinion on this." And Cyray probably got back with him and gave him his opinion. And I have this feeling, I don't know why I have this gut feeling, that Ann Taylor knows there's more correspondence, because the prosecution didn't turn over the correspondence that possibly happened between Cyray and his friend. So there may be some hidden other conversation as well, but they know that they didn't get it all because they didn't get what Cyray and that guy talked about. So it's going to be very interesting. But if you've noticed, who's very, very quiet at this point and very distant from all of this is the FBI. Even though they're getting the finger pointed at them, like, "Hey, by the way, this is who did this. This is who controlled that. This is why we don't have this." And the FBI hasn't come back and said, "Hey, look, you guys, we gave you all of that. Like, you have it." The FBI is just kind of sitting back, probably saying, you guys better step up to the plate and be honest about what you got and what you don't got and why, and otherwise they're gonna have to step in and you'll hear something from them. So
Now, do you think? Yeah, not AR. Do you think that's why Nick, the cast report guy, is refusing to turn over the actual cast report to the state or to the prosecution because he knows that there's holes in the actual cast report, so he's not wanting to turn it over to them. Because he reached out to like you said, he reached out to his friend Cy Ray, and Cy Ray could have said, hey, look, there's holes in this, and could that be a possible reason why he doesn't want to turn it over to the prosecution?
and you're talking about Chris with the FBI not turning it over, correct?
Yeah.
That's what you're referencing. Yeah. So, I mean, the number one thing, I've been charged both. I've had state and federal cases. I've had combined cases, and the feds keep a lot of stuff very close to the chest. They do help in investigations, but most times when the feds are deep diving in investigations, because at some point they're going to charge a person federally in the case, and they don't want to give up a lot of their actual work and information until they've deemed whether they're going to take something to trial themselves and charge the person or not. But also, I don't think the FBI would really want to turn over evidence unless they had it completed and verified and vetted and it was real and it was true. So if the FBI doesn't feel 100% confident in it leading to this individual being guilty, I feel like they would turn over some of their work, they would turn over their notes, they would turn over basics to help maybe the investigators within, the local departments do their research and follow up and get better, declaration from their experts. But I feel like it just got dropped. The ball got dropped. The FBI started the process. They handed over the work, very minimal work that they did, that they had, the basics. And instead of the investigators in a local arena taking off with that and really investing their time and their efforts and doing deep dive work into that, they just took it for granted, and they went out and they got an arrest warrant and they took him into custody, and now here's where we sit. So we'll see, and that's the thing. And like Heather says, the federal grand jury is not something to do with the state's case, and that's the thing. The feds have not moved forward on Bryan Kohberger, which is very telling to me. That's very telling to me, and I think we're going to hear a lot more about that because the feds have not put up any type of case against Bryan Kohberger, even though some people are saying, hey, look, they held a secret grand jury. They have not done anything that made a move towards prosecuting or even arresting Bryan Kohberger on a federal level. So
Wait, can I ask a question about that? So when it must have been, this must be my misunderstanding of the terminology, but I thought they had to have a federal grand jury in order for them to have the arrest warrant in Pennsylvania. They had to meet with a grand jury in some form to obtain that. Am I not mistaken? Am I mistaken? I'm sorry.
you put the evidence before a federal grand jury because of the jurisdiction differences. Like you mentioned, he was in Pennsylvania and the original arrest warrant and everything would be coming from Idaho. So the only way to make that all work out, because it's going to be a transport deal, it's going to be a lot of stuff, is it actually has to go through the feds to coordinate being able to set up the extradition and everything of that nature. Plus, it's two different jurisdictional rules based on arrest and everything of that nature. So they got to have everything on the same page. So I'm sure the feds had to be involved in that, and I'm sure they convened some sort of hearing. I don't know if it'd be a grand jury, like a federal grand jury hearing for that, but they had to convene something within the federal jurisdiction to be able to move forward with that. I'm not sure exactly what they did. I hope we do learn what that was, but I couldn't really give you the very, right down to the words of that. So.
Yeah, I heard something about that and I wasn't sure exactly what it was, but, and then not to keep jumping around on subjects, there's just so much going on right now, but Heather says there's docs out. Do you guys want me to pull up the website and see if I can present a doc for you? Do you
Yeah,
want
do that, please.
Okay. I'll take a peek real quick. Hold on. I'm just gonna stop my camera while I do it. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. You know, I can ask some of my legal minds too about that federal grand jury, what I heard about that, or see if I can figure that out. What I heard.
And you know what? Heather is right. Now that I'm reading some of Heather's comments on her, she's absolutely right. So they actually convened first in the actual Idaho courts. Then they convened again in the Pennsylvania courts. So that would not have been a federal convening. That was actually both states having hearings in regards to that behind closed doors, which would have allowed for them to secure their arrest warrants. So yeah, absolutely, Heather, you're absolutely right. Now that you brought that up, and I kind of go back in that, my federal hearing when I was arrested and transported was how they were going to be able to transport me. So that was a totally different thing. So.
Heather said that
Yep.
the Pennsylvania warrant is time-stamped prior to the Idaho warrant.
What date?
Yeah, because he was. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I misunderstood and I shouldn't have overspoke. I'm sorry. I was thinking you were talking about what I'm looking up right now. I'm sorry to be hype up.
So the Pennsylvania warrant was signed before the Idaho warrant.
Yeah. Yeah, well, he was in Pennsylvania, so a lot of the action was happening in Pennsylvania, so that would make sense to a point. But I mean, I also, it kind of frustrates me because you would think Idaho would be the first one up to get everything in line and say, okay, we're going to arrest this guy. We got our arrest warrants. Now we figure out he's in Pennsylvania. We need to reach out to them and get that in line. They'll issue the warrant, then go secure that. But very interesting. Very, very interesting.
All right.
And
Yeah.
Heather, I rely on Heather, guys, a lot. Her and I talk deep into the night sometimes because she is so good with information and details that, God, I just love relying on her and me be able to lay my head down and sleep while she does all the work.
Well, I don't know if you heard AR. I was like reading some of Heather's summary of the first part of the trial because she texted me. I was like off by an hour on this, and she texted me while I was doing housework, and I'm like, oh my gosh. So she gave me a bullet point, and I don't know if you heard it, Heather. It was before you showed up in the chat, but we read. I gave you credit, but I read some of your notes you gave to me about your take on Sai's testimony before it came up. And so you guys can see there's a couple different documents here. I don't know which one you want to click on. I'm going to have to share a different page, but there's two. The only two I see on here are from the 28th. There's the motion to temporarily seal the second supplemental response and the temporary order sealing supplemental response. I thought that was I mistaken, Heather? Did you say there was new documents here? Or where could I find them if there are?
Hold on. I was just on there earlier and I saw a couple of new documents. Yeah, I'm going to it in the background.
Okay. All right. Temporary order sealing supplemental response. Let me just.
And not to interrupt you guys, I'm just going to give you a little bit of a heads up. Jen, today is her first day back at work after being ill for quite a while. And she messaged me saying that she may be leaving to go to the hospital. So if that's the case, I will quickly let you guys know as I run out the door. But I don't know that to be fact yet. I've just let you guys know that I was just informed that something's wrong, that she may be going to the hospital. So
I'm really sorry, AR. We're all sending positive energy and prayers, and of course.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. She's a battler. She's a fighter. So I mean, she'll probably just stick it out at work and just whatever. But I just wanted to let you guys know. So if I say, hey, I gotta run. Don't think it's because of you guys or I'm trying to get off of here and skate my way. I'd be rushing out for her. So
Yeah, I saw the same thing. I saw the 28th supplemental order uh, to seal response, and then temporary order sealing supplemental response. Those were both on the 28th, so I saw the same thing.
I think those guys are in regards to the fifth motion to compel, which we're going to have another hearing for in regards to that one. So I think that they were actually responding to that because they had a document earlier that said they would be responding to that. And then maybe that's what they're doing. I don't know, but I have a gut feeling that's what they're doing.
But yeah, this, I've always, I mean, I've texted you about this AR, and I've talked to you about this. I've always wondered exactly how incompetent Brett Payne was, and you and I have had discussions about this, haven't we? And
Many things.
when I saw him today, I'm like, wait a minute, he looks like an ugly bald Kojak. And also the way he was saying that they've misplaced some items, and I'm thinking, okay, what is going on here? I mean, yes, I understand it's been 18 months, and everyone up there in Idaho thought, the Gonzalez family, the prosecution, the Moscow Police Department, they all thought this trial would be over with by now, but it's not. It's still going. And they should have did some type of like saving of the evidence, but they either lost it or they didn't save it. I'm wondering exactly what the hell is going on in this case.
Yeah, I mean, and I also wonder, and maybe both of you do as well, did the prosecution's witnesses, which I know the defense called them, but they're going to testify for the prosecution, that'd be both Payne and Mowry, did they withhold saying anything on the stand during these hearings? Just withhold it back, not say it, just so that this could all play out through the paperwork or whatever. Maybe they were told, don't talk about certain things, don't say where certain things are, and is that deemed misconduct, or is that just deemed, hey, we're going to handle this outside of court, we'll file some motions and then you'll see it at trial? Or I mean, I just wonder. I mean, I would think it would be perjury on the stand, I would think.
Yes,
but then I have to question that.
I think the same thing. I'm wondering if it's perjury or if they're holding back until trial so they can actually give their actual testimony on the stand. But if you're being asked a specific question by the defense, then and you're saying, oh well, we don't know where this is, or we lost, it's either lost, we didn't save it, go check evidentiary. That's, in my book, that's giving the defense the runaround.
I'm sorry. I keep interrupting both.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. I want to hear your thoughts, actually. So,
I guess where I'm always at is I feel like there's this complete breakdown of terminology. So, like, I don't know if what I just heard was somebody saying that they've literally lost the footage of the 1112. Or is it someone saying that, like Ann Taylor was saying, I've got 1,000 hours of footage. I'm going to have to hire an expert if what you expect is for me to find the footage they're talking about. So I need to know what the audit is. Where is that information? And are they saying that we lost that? We don't have a timestamp for you. We don't have an audit for you. Or are they literally saying it's gone? It's not any longer in possession of the police. That part is, I'm wondering if it's like a terminology thing or if it's outright lost. Like, bye-bye. Or if it's lost within the data they're handing over and they don't feel that they have any obligation to audit that for the defense, which I don't know if that's
Well,
right.
I'm just,
I don't know.
but you would have to ask yourself there, and that's a great question. And all I can do is really give you a question back to see if you can utilize the question to answer your question.
Okay.
If that was the case and the prosecution had it to begin with as evidence and submitted it over to the defense, let's say they submitted evidence. Now the prosecution says, hey, we gave you all of that. You should have all of that. And if you don't have it all, you can go back to our evidentiary vault and you can get it from there by reviewing the video, blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Mrs. Prosecutor, how are you going to give that very bit of evidence to the jury at trial if you can't tell me where it's at right now? Meaning, why don't you have that short clip of video or where you got it and have that available for me, just what you're planning on using? Why do I got to go search?
I
Are you going to go search for it?
Well, that's the question I have, is it sounded like from what I understand is that's kind of how the game is played, that they would get their own evidence. They don't have to show exactly, they might know why is it their obligation, or if they do know what the timestamp is, then does that knowledge become then part of the evidence and they're required to hand over their timestamp? Because I mean, the one thing that I'm going back to is like the traffic cams, because there's only a certain percentage of them that might have BK's car on it. And I think the name Wendy keeps coming up to me, but it was like these Wendy so-called or something like that, traffic cams. And the only way the prosecution could go look for BK is to go back and look through like thousands and thousands of hours of footage. And they did, and they allegedly, we think, captured image of him. Let's just say speculatively they did. Okay, so if they know that timestamp, they know that exact moment that they're using for evidence, then are they required to hand that knowledge over? Or they can just say, here you go, here's the 1,000 hours we just looked at, you guys go find that needle in a haystack. I don't know what the
No,
requirements
it gets handed over. It's an exhibit. It's turned into an exhibit with an exact file of what they're utilizing for that piece of evidence. So if they're going to state Bryan Kohberger's white Hyundai Elantra was circulating the King Road home at these hours of when the crime was committed, and they're going to take that in and present that at trial, they're going to have that as an exhibit. That's going to be a part of their actual evidentiary exhibits, because that's also going to have to be documented and made perfectly available to the jurors, not just to be presented to the defense for them to do their due diligence with, but then it's going to have to be readily available to be presented at trial. And then it's going to, after that, have to be readily and available to the jurors that are being sequestered. They've just heard all the testimony. So if they're going to utilize a certain part of footage from that video and audio, they have to make that an actual exhibit, whether it be Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, whatever it might be. And it's going to have to be filed that way to the court and disclosed that way to the defense as well, so that it can always be relegated to as, well, Exhibit A is the white Hyundai Elantra. It's circulating, the home for 11 minutes at such and such a time, and here is our discoverable evidence for that. Now, if the prosecution plans on presenting any of that, first of all, it's got to go to the defense. The defense has to be able to see it. The defense could actually get more of that footage starting prior to when the prosecution says that they're using the clip till after that, so they can investigate that. And then the defense has the ability to do their due diligence investigating on that as well. But for somebody to say they don't know where that is, that's pretty scary. That's pretty scary, because you should know exactly where that is, because you should have filed that as an exhibit. should have filed that as a mandatory piece of discoverable evidence that you're going to utilize in the trial.
So like,
But-
for instance, if the police officer, part of his exhibit was that he ordered, like, say, a poster to show the maps, he would actually, the exhibit would actually have to show everything that's going to consist, everything that's going to be in that exhibit that they're going to put into court. So like, if they're going to recreate this information into a poster, they have to actually show the exact poster they're going to use at trial ahead of time.
That's discoverable to the defense. And not only would they have to show that exhibit to the defense that they're going to utilize, more so, they're going to have to show the evidence used to create that poster and how they got that as well.
Well, I understand that. I'm not asking, I don't know how to ask this question. So like, we know that they handed over the evidence. You know what? I think you answered my question. I'm going to gather my thoughts before I speak.
Okay.
somebody
Heather
else-
has two statements right here. The first one, in her paperwork, she writes the state either knowingly withheld evidence or they failed to preserve it. Yes, that is what she's saying. And then down here, showing that the state has not preserved evidence means and knows something exists or should exist that the state says does not exist or never existed. Records either proving guilt or supporting exculpatory evidence, both are not good things to do. You cannot withhold something in support or in support of or against them guilt. Against their guilt.
Correct.
Okay, so I guess to clarify what my question is, as long as they're not adding to the evidence or taking away from it, they're just creating something out of the evidence they've presented to. I think what you're saying, AR, is they can't, if they're going to add something to zhuzh it up, like not add to the evidence, but organize it in a way that is more aesthetically pleasing to the jury, like a poster, that aesthetically pleasing organization of it, even if it's not different evidence, it's the same evidence they already presented, that aesthetic has to be presented to the defense as well?
It does, yeah. And they add supplemental reports to that to explain everything that they did and why to create that visual. So
Okay.
not only will they explain the actual evidence that is within that visual, then they will take a supplemental report additional to that of who worked on that, who created that visual, and what they utilized to create that, where they got that from, who helped them get that. I mean, it's going to go through every step of the creation of that visual. And all of that will be entered in to an exhibit that would be made available to both the defense, and then later it would be, preserved to be given to the jury if requested. It would go into the trial reports. Does that answer your question?
Okay.
Hopefully
It does,
that
it
makes
does.
some sense.
No, it does. Thank you. And I'm sorry it took me so long to understand.
No, and that's fine. And reports have to come not only from the main person displaying what you're, let's say, the poster, the person that's going to speak upon it. You got to have reports by them to back up what they're going to say. But each individual person that put any type of evidentiary reasoning into that also has to put in their reports, because the defense may want to question an individual that came up with a certain term that's on that poster, but they're not questioning the entire poster. They're just questioning a single part of that. And that leads to the person, obviously, that found that information. So they have to provide the report to the defense to bolster what they're saying. And now the defense can call them as a witness to that portion of the exhibit.
Then they don't have to throw out the
You get-
whole exhibit. That makes perfect sense, because then if one thing doesn't mesh, they don't have to throw out the whole exhibit. They need everything all at
Right, right. The defense may agree that a part of that exhibit is completely real and true. They may not argue that whatsoever, but there may be one or two key parts of that the defense says, nope, that's what we're questioning. We're going right at that. So we need all of the backup information that was collected to build this to get to this point. Not all these points, but that very point, and that's what we're going to attack. And that's why you have experts and everybody come in to explain that. And I'll tell you what, when you get into actual trials and you're on trial for yourself, like I've had to sit in that defendant's chair and listen to this testimony and listen to the back of it, gets really overwhelming, and it gets so technical and so deep, and even you as a defendant go, what the hell are you talking about? Why are you even asking these questions? But there's a method to the madness and a reasoning behind it all. So
Wow, I wonder what the closed hearing's going to bring. Can you guys tell me more of your understanding of what the closed hearing's going on right now?
Well, I know
It's over
Twizzle
the
Sticks is
IGG.
it. Oh, the IGG. I know
yeah, it's
Twizzle
over the
Sticks is.
IGG.
Twizzle Sticks is actually it was actually at the open court hearing today.
Really?
Yeah.
He was sitting behind Bryan Kohberger. He was the one in the striped shirt.
That's what you guys were saying. I didn't know who you were talking about, but okay, I heard you guys say that. Wow, it's really cool that we know somebody who can get a feel for what's going on in the courtroom. I actually would love to pick Twizz's brain after this. I hope he shows up in the chat. Just know what the atmosphere is like.
I was hoping to get Jen a little bit healthy, because her and I have talked. I would go ahead and make the trip up there and sit with Twizzle Stick. And then also, Jen has some family and stuff up in the nature. So I would stay for a while and just get a better perspective of the community and everything kind of happening as this goes on. But hopefully we can do that soon. I would like to get up there soon and be able to do that. So
For us to have a connection over there, I mean, what a blessing it would be for us to help cover this case if someone close to us was down in the area. If you can pull it off.
Yeah, no, and we've been there before, and we feel as though it's very important to be able to do that. Not only just in this case, but I'm going to venture across the country when the Lizzie Peters case gets, heading to trial. Some of her family members and I have become very close, so I'm going to go sit with them in the courtroom during that hearing and that trial, because that's a difficult one as well. So I think it's important to be able to, someone like myself or us as content creators to get a feel for the atmosphere, get a feel for what the surroundings are and the actual vibe, so that we can better discuss not only the details of the case, but even more so what it's like in the community, in the area. So, and I know you and I, Swamp, we're in the midst of putting together something in regards to the jail and the experience about the jail there and what that's like. So I'm looking forward to doing that with you as well. First-hand knowledge is always good.
Yeah, exactly. And I just want to reiterate to you, I don't know if you know how important I think, and I mean, I don't really even want to give away all that we'd be talking about, but I don't think you, from I don't know, somebody who doesn't have that knowledge and hearing you talk about it, my gosh, I think that people would find it valuable just from a perspective point of view to know some of the things that you told me. And also, by knowing these things, it almost gives you the ability to instantly debunk some rumors you see flopping around YouTube, even things that you've heard kind of debunked in the past. Keep arising about BK Stang and his interactions with others and his interactions with the guard. So I just think what you have to say is so invaluable. So I hope that we can get that done in the near future.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely excited to do that, and I hope we can do it here in the very, very near future, because I think you're absolutely right. It drives me nuts, and I think you guys can completely understand when people are screaming rumors, and you're sitting there with actual real life experience knowledge saying that's not what it is. That's nothing like what's real about this. So it gets frustrating, because you want to scream and yell and say, man, you guys are fools, but then you have to take back and say, well, they've never been there. They've never experienced that. They don't really know that that's not true, So I think the work that you and I Swamp are going to put in on this project together will open some eyes and hopefully some minds and give a little bit of perspective that could put some of these rumors and things that are so irritating to sleep, and just kind of, here's what's real. And I'm not saying I'm Bryan Kohberger or I know exactly what he's going through, but I know a lot of his surroundings right now, let's say. And I think people need to learn more about that. I really do. So
Agreed. Just what you told me, I just things that I had never heard before, and I hope that kind of piques some people's interest too. So
I wrote a letter to Bryan last night, and I put it in the mailbox this morning.
is he allowed?
well, and Taylor will be reading what you had to write, Robert.
It's nothing bad. It was just it was a simple correspondence letter, and I told him we're all pulling for him, and he's in our prayers and stuff, and just it was nothing like it was nothing like sinister or malicious. It was just a nice, simple, short paragraph letter I wrote him.
As long as you didn't ask him to marry you, we'll be all right.
No, I think my wife would take offense to that.
Yeah, I think she, and I would have to agree. I think she should. It sounds like we all have amazing loved ones that have engaged in great marriages with us. It's a great thing for all of us. We're very blessed, very, very blessed.
I couldn't say it better. I'm happy to be married to my best friend.
Yeah. I'm happy to be married to my boss.
I'm constantly joking with my wife. I'm like, I didn't know you could. Yeah, I said I didn't know after doing 3 years in prison, I'd be marrying my warden.
Have you married 3 years, Robert?
No, we've been married. I did 3 years in prison from 2006 to 2008, and we've been married since 2015. So we've been married 9 years. And I'm always joking with her. I said, "Honey," I said, "I didn't know I married my warden."
No, I'll tell you what. So this upcoming year will be year 16 of marriage for me, and I don't, I couldn't speak well enough to express how of a blessing it's been for me. She was with me for a very long part of my prison sentence. She supported me, and it's not like one of those crazy women that found me on the streets and wrote me while I was locked up, and it's nothing like that. She knew me before I got locked up, and she began the mental change within me even before I had to go serve my last sentence, and she got me to really make some life changes and make it through that. And now, I live every single day in a almost in a like blinded sense of how can you be so lucky, and now people are getting to meet her as well, on the lives and different things that we do. And, I hope people really truly understand how special that the people that are engaged with us, Swamp, your husband, Robert, your wife, my wife, to allow us to do what we love to do and talk about the things that we do, and, take time away from them to come do this. That's pretty special, and they support us in everything that we do. So.
Yeah, Red Riding Hood says, I was so frustrated last night in DTS chat. AR was so kind and decent. The host had an excuse for every single shady thing the cops have done thus far.
And Red Riding Hood, I definitely appreciate your support. I know you were there last night. I didn't really engage too much with the chat. I was trying to focus more so on the discussion and having valid points and trying to open some eyes and ears. And it was a blessing to have so many from our community come on over and give it a watch. And I know, Kiki, you're going on Friday, so I'll definitely be tuned in to support you for that. And I'll be bringing as many with me as we can. And, you know, that I understand a lot of people had some frustration in regards to his thoughts, his opinions, his views. And I'm not as frustrated by it because you know what, I went on. I have my points I like to make. I'm an open-minded individual. I love to have good conversation. I never felt at any point he disrespected me or did anything outside of, you know, having a discussion. So when we got past it all, I really felt pretty confident. It was a good show. It was a good conversation.
Yeah.
I think we both handled ourselves well. Um, and I know he has his beliefs. I know he does, and that's okay because I have mine. And guess what? I still have mine. So nothing changed within my feelings. I learned some things, but it was a good discussion. I'm sure I'll probably do it again with him.
I
Yeah.
thought it was a great discussion. Like I thought that you guys were both really. I just thought it was a great. I don't know if I could call it debate. It was a great conversation, and you guys, were both really chill. And I thought that I'd like to see it again. I think that you guys had, good chemistry up on stage. So it was nice to hear you.
Yeah,
guys.
I enjoyed it, but the number one thing I want to say is I send out an invite to anybody that wants to have a sit down, respectful conversation in regards to true crime, the Idaho 4, any of them. I'm willing to come on and have a discussion with you as long as we keep it respectful. We don't argue. We just discuss and allow our viewers to take in what we have to say and make their own thoughts come to the table, and then they can go with how they feel from that. We don't need to fight and bicker to convince people to side with us. We just discuss our knowledge and what we know through experience and allow them to open their minds to how they feel and think about that. So I would sit down and talk with just about anybody. As long as we keep it respectful and keep it engaging for the viewers.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
Though. And I thought it was fun being in such a I thought it was being fun and being in such a large, a fast-paced chat of people that I know. I mean, I've obviously been in chats with like over 1,000 people, but not with like so many people that I'm familiar with and talking about subjects that it was just a great chat. And I just wasn't used to being in such a, a fast-paced, active chat. I'm hoping I'm able to keep up with the comments tomorrow night when I'm reading, but it's doubtful. I'm probably just not going to look. Did you look AR at all when you were sitting there?
To be honest with you, I was focused on trying to have a good, respectful conversation. I saw a few names come across my screen, but I really just wanted to be engaging and discuss that. So I didn't really look at much in the chat because I also know from past experiences, trust me guys, I already know. I get tore up in chats sometimes because of my past, and that's okay. Like if people want to throw out there, the only reason why I think BK's innocent is because I'm an ex-convict that's rooting on ex-convicts to be found not guilty, and I know that's not true, and the people that follow me on my channel know that's not true. But the people that are in an opposite chat that they're there for him. They are his following, and then we capture some that know of my name, so they trickle in. But the majority of it that's their chat. So I didn't want to get too mingly with it. I wanted to let them go ahead and enjoy their time with their creator. And you know what? Next time he might just have to come on into my neck of the woods and travel onto my page, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Yeah, I thought you guys did good last night, and I was having fun in the chat until I commented. I believe Bryan's innocent. I'm a pro-burger, and I got the. It's okay to have your opinion even though it's wrong.
I like that. I think that's a funny comment, and I think what you should do is just take that comment, put it in your back pocket, and use it in your own chat.
And that's the thing too, Robert. The best advice I can give you, and this is from somebody that's got the experience of going into a rough area where people are going to say very negative things. You just don't even need to respond, and don't take it to heart. You smile about it, you move on, because you know what? They said something negative about you because you were important at that moment. I mean, I hate to say that because they're going to say, well, you're not that important. Well, I must have been pretty damn important because you said something to me.
Yeah.
You know, I was on your mind, so I must have been pretty important. And just real quick, because Heather Fitzgerald did ask me a question, I think it's very important. How many times in a courtroom, in any type of testimony, did I hear the word exculpatory evidence ever used at any point of the trial? I've never heard it. Never. In the entirety of all my times in a courtroom, never heard it. So
That's why.
never, never, never.
Hmm.
And Robert, one thing I will say is you're a good friend of mine, and if I catch anybody ever disrespecting you in a chat or somewhere where I'm at, I always will fully stand up for you. I've only got good things to say about you, and if anybody
know.
has a negative thing to say about you, we just both laugh about it and we're going to move on together. But no, you got full support, bud. Who cares what they say?
Robert,
Yeah.
he was laughing about it in Discord, and we even told the chat. We said we have the shadow chat going on, and Robert made some funny jokes. He's like, "Yeah, I always preferred the dark side," and then he made some sort of Star Wars joke. So,
Yeah.
we had it. Nobody was rude.
But yeah, I kind of there was one person from your channel in the chat that last night, Kiki, and he was expressing his opinion like what we always do in your chat and my chat and AR's chat,
Yeah.
and he got told by one of the mods, don't express opinion as fact in this chat. The only thing that matters is the facts of the case, not your opinion.
Well, and then what's so funny is Daniel and I, both of us up there on the panel, are just all about exactly what that woman said not to do. That's all we're doing. We're speculating, giving opinions, probably nothing based upon real and true fact. I mean, come on.
Oh, it was Jeremiah? It was Jeremiah?
Yeah.
Oh, poor Jeremiah. I'll have to say something when he comes back in the chat. But I
did love the back and forth between you and Daniel last night, and I actually texted you, AR, that I wanted to have Daniel on my channel before, and I was stopped from doing it. But I'm going to be reaching out to him again.
Send him an email, man. Yeah, send him an email. He'll absolutely do it. I know he will, and it would be a great show. And the great thing is now we don't even have to discuss you being stopped because guess what? It's a free world, man. You have who you want on your channel. You go discuss where you want to discuss. There's no negativity, and all of us right here. I think we're all in agreement. Swamp, I know you join right with us, and everybody in our chat. We are not about the drama. We're not about the negativity.
Nope.
We're about just talking true crime, discussing things, learning, helping people learn. To hell with anybody who's got some drama. I don't have time for it.
Neither do I.
So.
And we want to put something for we also want something the viewers like to watch and they're engaged with, and we know how that isn't always appealing. I've tried, had drama in my live streams and people just don't want to watch it. I know some of the drama is people like to watch, but I mean, it's just, I agree that the group that we hang out with, we're all have the same agenda, and it's to come in here and do our job and create content for the people watching us that they're going to want to watch. And I like the way we're heading. I think that we've got something going on in our neck of the woods that's good and unique to a lot of other places. So I appreciate that about you guys.
Well, and my wife would make a big joke out of it and say, well, Albert's so part-time at this, how could he ever get into drama? It's not like he ever gets on YouTube and does anything, so I got to get in, probably do more work and, focus a little more on the content creating and things of that nature. But you know, that's the thing too, and I want people to fully understand. I'm completely open to the idea. I will get on any discussion with people that are open and willing to discuss whether you feel guilt, whether you feel innocence, whether you feel whatever you might feel. I'm completely okay with that as long as you're open to a good conversation, because I think the people in the community should be able to hear both sides without negativity being thrown at each other while it's being spoken about. Not all of us are going to agree. Not all of us are going to have the same opinion, but it's okay. Like, I just feel as though, you know, I've got enough respect for society as a whole that I could talk to just about anybody without getting huffy puffy or out of order. And I try not to take things said too personally, even though sometimes that's hard. You try not to, you know, and um, I would reach out to just about any content creator out there that wants to have a good conversation. I would more than happy do it, and as long as we could bring the community together to, as a whole, do a better job of discussing things without hating on each other, because even the community needs, you know, some stress relief and freedom to be able to share their thoughts without being attacked. So if we could be the leaders of doing that, that would be amazing to be able to do that.
I like that. I'm
Yeah.
on board with you. And I mean, I just don't know. For you, you're really good, and you would meet with any content creator. But I'm very picky, and I am looking now for, you know, I'm not that somebody asked me to go on. I obviously would entertain the thought, but I am picky. And if I were to see that somebody was continually beefing with someone, like I probably shouldn't be putting my foot in my mouth right now, but what I'm saying is, like, I do appreciate that we're all on the same page. We're avoiding the drama.
Yeah,
We can be an example
and,
of how we're going to move forward and not respond.
and I do have to admit, Swamp. Okay, so I should reiterate what I have to say, because I absolutely agree with you. We are open-minded to a point. If we find a reason that is a negative point that would actually detract or distract our channels and our community and our wants, we're going to avoid that interaction. We're going to avoid that panel and that creator. I do too. I can't say I don't. There are some, but it's not that I've never engaged with them, because we have, and I've just made the decision that it's best to just leave it at that point and move forward, and no longer do it moving forward. So I think there's always a first time opportunity, a first time experience, and then I'll learn from there. And if it didn't go so well, or if I see someone mistreat, you know, creators that I adore, like you guys or others, you know, Pete with Murder Mayhem and Unfiltered Lucky, or if I see the disrespect, then I know I don't need to engage that. I don't need to go there. But I'll take on tough tasks. I'll take on tough conversations. I'll take on different point of views. I don't have problems with that, but let's just do it the right way. Let's do it the right way.
Well said.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
I ran my mouth.
It's a good note
But-
to end on, even our mission statement. Maybe.
Yeah. I want to play you a video I recorded the other night, and I want to get your thoughts on what I said in the video. It's not a very long video either. I'm pulling it up behind the scenes.
All right.
Okay. Oh, that's a nice comment from Red Riding Hood. Anyway, AR handled that so classy. I watch everybody. I mean, everybody. All sorts of channels. I respect a convict's thoughts and how you carry yourself now in retrospect of your past.
And I appreciate that very much.
Oh.
Yeah, and you know what? I have to take a moment to say, each and every person I've come across within the community and all the love and the support that they've given me has helped me grow in the short time that I've been able to do this, because when I first came to the platform, I had a very quiet, nervous, hidden voice. Like, I was not confident. I was not prepared. If I didn't have all the people like you guys, man, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where I'd be, but I'm very thankful, very, very blessed. I thank all of you. So, including both you, Robert, and Swamp. You both have made a big difference as well. So,
Thank you. You.
Thank you so much, AR.
Oh, Richard said something
Thank
nice too. 1,000,000,000% AR has truth, which has been and often lacking in these programs. Oh, such nice comments, you guys. Thank you for the support.
yeah, and that's what's great about the community, guys. We're so thankful for this community because of that helping all of us. That's confidence boosters for sure.
Yep. Okay, here we go. Running away from the side of the house. Okay. Gee, I hate buffering.
I mean, we're all having such weather today too, so that probably doesn't help.
What happened?
It's buffering.
I said, gee, I hate buffering. Yeah.
I like the Richard said he saw this already.
Hey, what's up, guys? We hear a lot about could there have been crime scene staging? Well, what if there was crime scene staging? Just like there was an 8-hour delay in calling 911. If Dylan really cared about her roommates and she considered them friends, then why didn't she go check on Xana when she heard Xana crying the night of the unaliveness? Instead, she just stayed in her bedroom and shut the door. She could have fled the house that night, and after seeing, quote unquote, the man clad in black. She could have fled the house that night. She could have opened up her window and climbed out and ran away. But she didn't, or so we're led to believe. Just like Bethany, who was on the first floor. She could have climbed out her window and ran away, or she could have just ran out the front door. Because we've all been told that the attack didn't start on the first floor, so Bethany was basically left alone on the first floor. And if we're all being told by the coroner, if they were asleep in their beds, or so we've been told, then why would Steve G say there was one hell of a battle going on the second floor? And we've all heard the stories that there was a video camera left behind the house by the photography class. Why would you leave a camera behind the house running for 12 hours? And they allegedly caught a girl running away from the side of the house at 2 a.m, right as a car was pulling into the driveway in front of the house. Now, we all know that car pulling in at 2 a.m. was Kaylee and Maddie coming back from the bar. Well, who was the girl running away from beside the house up the embankment. Who was that? Was that a lookout, maybe? And why was that van shoe print, barely able to be seen? There had to be some type of cleanup going on in that 8-hour gap calling 911. Because the only way that it saw the shoe print was using chemicals. And why do we still have a gag order with Bryan being in custody? That's kind of odd to me. It don't make no sense. Why still have a gag order when your alleged suspect is in jail? There's just something about this case that smells cover up. I smell a cover up. But who's covering it up? Could it be, LE? Could it be the state? Could it even be the college? Because why did they want to have that house torn down so quickly? And yes, it was a year after the unalivings, but they wanted it torn down as soon as the year was over, and it was December of last year. That house was gone, and the parts to it buried deep somewhere, and they won't say where, because according to Scott Green, they didn't want some sicko with a macabre fantasy for their murder memorabilia getting a hold of any piece of the house. This case, each day I look at this case and I shake my damn head. You have 4 beautiful lost souls, who lost their lives. You have a prosecutor who seems to throw a hissy fit in the court hearing every time he don't get his way. You have a university who clearly reeks of corruption. And you have grieving families. The Gonzalez's, the Cronoles, the Chapins, the Mogans. But out of all 4 families, the Gonzalez family is the only ones speaking out and speaking up. You don't hear from the Mogans, you don't hear from the Chapins, and you don't hear from the Cronoles. Now, with Stacy Chapin saying 2 a.m. is a dark hour, it just makes me think, could the unalivings that took place before the 4 a.m. supposed timeline? I mean, who was that girl running away from the side of the house that was captured on video at 2 a.m. as Kaylee and Maddie's Uber pulled in at 1:56 a.m.? And was Dylan and Bethany complicit with what happened that night? Because clearly they weren't asleep. whatever the police found on their cell phones when they did the digital download, could they have been texting during the unalivings? Maybe trying to figure a way to get out of the house. Or maybe they knew the person that did it or people that did it, and they were scared and stayed in their rooms. But we'll never know this because of the gag order, which is stupid. You don't need the gag order anymore because your suspect is in custody. The only thing I can think of the reason why they have the gag order is because they don't want us, the public, finding out exactly what's really going on in this case. And yes, this case does reek of cover-up. From the prosecutor sealing everything up, from the U of I, and don't get me started on the frats. This case reeks of cover-up because they're trying their hardest to keep us, the public, from finding out what's going on in this case. And Dylan and Bethany, well, Bethany especially, she's in hiding in Reno, Nevada. And she's lawyered up. And Dylan, according to her dad, is a social recluse. And all she does is smoke weed and play video games all day. And what's your thoughts, brother?
You know, a lot goes into it. Definitely, you know, we've been digging through, starting from the day the PCA came out. I mean, many of us have had many opinions well before that all surrounded people around the house. The Dylan Mortensen conversations and the fraternity conversations and, you know, the Jacks and everybody else. So we've all got, you know, our theories and our thoughts and what could we rely back to on our original thoughts. But, you know, something that hit me today that I think if you had heard it prior to doing this video, you would have brought it up. And Kiki, maybe, I don't know if you got to see the whole hearing as of yet that happened today, but something that kind of hit true to me is they have 17 cell phones with dumped information. So if you think of 17 cell phones and you put the people in play, you can count them pretty easily just based off the 4 victims.
Mm-hmm.
You would have Dylan and Bethany make 6.
Mm-hmm.
You would have Bryan Kohberger make 7.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you would probably have whoever one of the survivors called that came to the home prior to the 911 call. So I'm thinking that's Hunter Johnson, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't we think his phone probably rang? So that's 8. 8 people's calls. You know, everything about their phones is getting dug up. So then you've got to also think Jack Decor, the boyfriend, that got numerous phone calls that were never answered. I'm sure they wanted to make sure what was his conversations with them throughout the night because, you know, Kaylee obviously, you know, met up with him, it looked like, at the bar. But
Okay,
another
so
question I have in the
So
back,
up to 9, right? Is that up to 9? Is that what you
Correct.
said? Okay.
I would say 9 right there.
Okay.
Now you got to get the actual driver that took Kaylee and Maddie home. They probably would want all of that phone information. So we're at 10. I would think they would want Jack S's phone, the Showalter, to know you were the last one to be seen with Kaylee and Maddie. We saw them disappear from you. What does your phone have within it? You know, who'd you call? What'd you talk about? So now we're at 11. We still got 6 more phones to figure out. Maybe possibly Adam, you know, because his name is seen on video. So maybe investigators think, well, we probably need to figure out Jack Decor lives with Adam, you know, and I think the phone call actually went to Adam to wake Jack up for Jack to come to the crime scene. See, we got even another expert opinion coming in the background.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's
Alright.
12.
So cute too. And then you said Adam. There are a couple more that I would say maybe not. They might not have known that night, but they would ask for. And that was there was Jack. We did bring up Jack S.
Yep, let's show one.
Okay, because he made a payment at 11:30. At 11:30, a payment was made to Ethan made a payment to him. So even though it was minor and small, I would think that he'd be included in that list too. Another group of people.
But
Oh, sorry. What?
But Kiki, you don't need a phone dump for that. You just put out for the actual transaction through the person the transaction was made through. You
I
don't need
agree,
a phone dump.
But it's
When
it's,
they say a phone dump, Kiki, I think you know too. It's the entirety of everything within your phone, from pictures, messages, data off of your Facebook, off of your Instagram, everything. So that they didn't get a warrant for. They just went straight to the person and got the phone dump. So these people willingly, I would think they had to willingly give that up. So a transaction like that, they wouldn't even have had to have asked, because they could have gone into, if it was done by one of the victims to that person or from that person, they could get it all through the victim's phone dump. They wouldn't need the other person's. So unless it's a transaction, do we think maybe it was buying of a narcotic? Like, hey, I need you to come over here and get this, or hey, I need you to come over here, I want this. Then they would probably go to that person. So that's where I would agree with you. Yes.
I mean, the
But
other
we're
people
talking
I would
about an
think that-
entirety.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the other person I would think is, if they were looking at it, you know, they had no suspects and they were looking at somebody who passed and they were unclear on their timeline, seeing that payment at 11:30 might be someone, but you're right, that's a lot to ask of someone because they were just making an 11:30 transaction a few hours before someone was unalived. It might be a little much. But the other thing I was thinking is they might be requesting at least DLs, as DL. There were a few people who were involved in a fight that we know about, and it was confirmed by obviously Kara. And so I'm wondering if they know there was a confrontation that night and somebody then is murdered. I would think these might be immediate suspects. They might ask for their phone records from all the people involved. And I know DL was involved in that. I just don't know who else was,
But
involved.
remember also there, and remember, I'm going by what you're saying, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful or rude. I'm just giving you thinking thoughts. So David Loach and the other one, the other David, I would absolutely agree that they would want to look into what were you talking about, or who were you talking to? Because if you get into a huffy puffy, let's find out who you told about it and what really went down. Problem is that entire fraternity lawyered up and were never spoken to, and trust me, they didn't give up their cell phones. Their lawyers would have blocked that in a heartbeat.
That's
There's
kind of
no way they got the
That's
way
kinda
they got their
suspicious.
cell phone.
Then there's
Yeah.
Dion Marsh too, is the other guy I was thinking, because he injected himself so quickly in and then did that devil stick thing, like right afterwards. I was thinking they might ask for him. Again, I don't know if it's excessive asking for a phone dump from someone just because they are suspicious. I don't know. It's
Well,
typical,
just think about it. This is typically for a phone dump. You better have a warrant to back it up, and you better have substantial evidence of a reason why you need that phone dump to get that warrant. You're not just going to get it. So one of my questions to think about this too. What was Kaylee doing the entire time she was at the grub truck? The entire time she was there.
On her phone.
She was on her phone the entire time. Who was she talking to? Who was she messaging? She just left Jack. She just left him. Do you think she was just overwhelmingly messaging in them to the point that when she gets back to the home, she has to nonstop dial him again because he didn't answer then? Was he answering at the grub truck, or was she talking to somebody else? Was she nonstop on her phone, and who would that be? What would that be about?
Yeah, that's a great point. That
Because what happened on the way to the grub truck?
Maddie,
Think about it.
Maddie,
Yep.
what did you say to Adam? Oh, I told
Yep.
Adam everything.
Yep. Oh shit. And then Adam was at the corner club where she just was. And now she just finds out Maddie told Adam everything. They're walking, they get to the grub truck, and all you see is Kaylee nonstop on that phone. Nonstop. Do you think maybe she was messaging Adam? What did Maddie tell Adam? Everybody keeps wanting to know. What did Maddie tell Adam? What was everything? Well, I bet you Kaylee was pretty concerned. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Maddie, what did you tell Adam?
Right.
If she didn't care, she wouldn't have asked. So I kind of would like to know in that phone dump, what did Adam have to say? And then even more so than that, what did Adam have to say to the authorities? What did he tell the authorities? Because the authorities are acting like none of this evidence stuff that's going on right now matters. The IGG doesn't matter. The PCA report doesn't matter. We don't care if you attack our cell data. Doesn't matter. Whatever. They've got something in their pocket. And I know you guys have watched my videos where I've said they're talking. Someone's talking. The minute those investigators start hounding you, some people can hold strong, some people lawyer up, and other people's mouths start running. And that's who the officers latch on to. And then those people's words lead to someone else, who lead to someone else, who finally get to an end result. What did Adam have to say, not only to Kaylee, the back and forth via the text messages? I guarantee you we're going back and forth between Kaylee and Adam. But at the end of the day, what did Adam say to the authorities about that very conversation?
He's gonna, yeah, I mean, it's just such a, you're hearing about the last words ever on recording is, he's gonna get you. Like, I would like to know too.
They're gonna get you or something like that.
They're gonna get you.
Yeah, and I've listened to it could be deciphered many different ways, and I'm not trying to put it out there that, anything was said like, oh, trust me, your life is in danger tonight. I'm not saying that, but I think it's a critical thing to think about is what was so important that Kaylee had to ask Maddie, what did you tell Adam? Well, I told him everything. And just minutes after that, and I think we're all at fault sometimes. We all live through our phones at times. Whether we're engaging friends or we're trying to search the internet, or whatever we're doing, we're on our phones. And if we look at our younger kids of today, they're really on their phones. Like, you can't get them out of their hands. So I want to know, and I don't think we're ever going to find out, but it would be very interesting to find out, what did Maddie tell Adam? How did that affect Kaylee? And was Kaylee literally just minutes later all over her phone with Adam, like, hey, you can't say anything about this to my boyfriend or whatever. And these are the type of things that maybe never add up to why a crime was committed, but it's going to play a piece in a role of what was in the mindsets of these people when things happen. I mean, is it something that could tie back to Kohberger somehow? Was something that was told to Adam by Maddie in reference to Kaylee, does any of that tie back to something surrounding Kohberger somehow?
It's
And that's
interesting.
why I
I never
wondered.
thought of that AR, but yeah.
Now, I had a question.
Could it have led
Could-
to AR, that statement? Yeah. I mean,
Could-
AR, you're right. Could that have led to BK?
Could whatever Maddie told Adam, could that have led to the unalivings?
And that's so.
Could that simple statement, what did you tell Adam? I told Adam everything. Could that have been the snowball effect to the unalivings a few hours later?
And I've thought about actually doing a video on what I perceived all of that tying back to, which goes right back into the fraternity house with the Hudson situation being found, and you got to remember who was at the home when that happened, and then how that relates to the unalivings, now, and there's a lot of ties there. So, when you look into crime, the first thing you want to do is find, well, why the hell would something like this happen? What would lead to this? And you have to piece together, well, what would lead to that? I would think, something that where everybody kind of mingles together and there's a basis of connectability of the people is far more believable than, oh, this guy from 2,500 miles away that's been in the area a couple of months and everybody claims distances himself and doesn't really engage himself with many. He doesn't act well around women. So if that's the case, I mean, if Bryan Kohberger's not very good with women, do you really picture Kaylee, Maddie, or any of those girls hanging around him? Because they seem more like the jock type. The guy, well, I shouldn't say the jock type. The socialite guy, the one that can be in public, the one that you could take out on a date and not be embarrassed of. Not the shy incel type behind, and I'm not saying Bryan's an incel, I shouldn't say that, but the portrayal of what people are putting on Bryan compared to, well, now you have a whole situation where everybody's connected and somebody just told somebody everything and another person says, oh shit, that's not a good thing. I mean, I don't know if he said they're going to get you for that, but it sounded like he made a statement like, this isn't a good thing. It's not a good thing that happened, and I don't know. I mean, it just leads me to believe they were looking for something in phone data. That there was something going on in people's phones, and it's not just Bryan Kohberger. It's not just the victims. It's not Dylan and Bethany. This is far more wide. They have 17 complete phone dumps. They got everything out of 17 people's phones.
I don't know what you guys, what you'll put into this statement, like what value you'll put in the statement, but I personally put I put trust into this statement, so I want to share it with you. So, when WSU Mom Kim was on my show and she was answering some questions, she mentioned that she realized after a period of time that one of the alibis had to have been wrong. And I think it's been alluded to that actually her daughter was possibly an alibi for one of these people involved in the situation. But when she was talking about that, she said she called her ISP officer, I think that's what they're called, and she told him, and he said, we had already figured that out by our analysis of the phones. And that was referencing, and again, Kim has started to sort through what she thought was speculation at first and what was actually the events that happened. But, I'm putting that caveat out there. But just taking what somebody said who was there that morning, she did mention that some of those kids that were there were part of some sort of forensic analysis of the phone, or that's what it seemed like she was alluding to. So could it have been the initial group of kids that were called over? Maybe all of them had their phones, but like you said, some of them had a lawyer on retainer. If they were part of Sigma Chi, and we know they had a lawyer on retainer, because Sigma Chi has talked about how we've talked about how they removed all of their Facebook posts back to 2018. I think it has something to do with 4chan. You're saying they probably lawyered up. I don't know, out of that crowd, who would have been susceptible to having their whole, I mean, even if they did lawyer up, I don't know how you avoid, if you could be involved getting your phone,
So a little bit, and I base it off of my experience of when, people would be going for that type of evidence, because when they get to the crime scene, it's not the first thing that they look to do. They're not looking to go get people's phone information. They're not looking to do all of that. They need to secure the site. Then they need to go ahead and get any potential survivors and then witnesses and people of that nature. But they're not collecting phone data, and they're not doing that. So a phone dump, in most cases, comes down the road, and it's going to come from very direct analysis of the actual victims' phones. So they would start there, because those are the people that were lost in the tragedy, obviously. So they're going to start within their phones, and then they're going to spread out from that. So the people that they're going to go and really want phone dumps from is all going to start from that very little circle within that home. Now, could it possibly, outside of starting from the 4 victims, we know they got their phone dumps. There's no doubt about it. They got all of theirs. But we know, even if Dylan and Bethany said, we're not going to give you our phones, we're not going to do it, we're lowering up, there's going to be warrants for that. And those would be immediate, and they would have those back within a very short period of time. So now you've got 2 separate ways that they could spread into analyzing these needs for phone dumps. You're going to go with the victims, and then you're going to separate Dylan and Bethany as survivors with potential witness and even potential suspect capability. So they have to be investigated. So you're going to get phone dumps from them. Now, who's attached to those 6? That once you have those 6 phone dumps and you got everything out in front of you, now whatever comes from those phone dumps is what you deem important to investigate. You're not going to go outside of that to go get phone dumps if it's not stemming right from those 6. So it all starts right there in the home. Then it could lead to 1 phone dump, then could lead to more, or it could lead to 4 phone dumps that lead to more. So that's if I was an investigator, and I'm not, I'm an ex-felon, so I'm not an investigator, they won't hire me. But if I had to put my mind to it, and people would ask me, where do you think the phone dumps came from? It starts by what conversations were happening on the victims' phones, and then I'm going to separate that from Dylan and Bethany, because I feel like Dylan and Bethany's phones, first of all, is going to show they were talking to each other while it was happening. But then I have a feeling they called someone while it was happening, whether it be Dylan called her boyfriend, Quinn, or Bethany called somebody that she thought could help her, and those would turn into phone dumps.
Right.
But they don't really have to go get those other phones, because they would already have it from Bethany and Dylan's phones. So it's very interesting. It's something that would be a tangled mess. But, a big thought process of mine is I got to really just think about, hey, what did you tell Adam? Well, I told Adam everything. Oh, shit, that's not good. And then she's miraculously all over her phone at the grub truck. She paid more attention to that phone than Maddie, the food, or anybody around her. She was
No,
on the phone the whole time.
I didn't think of that, AR, and that's really both of those things. I haven't visited in a while, and maybe I will brush up a little bit on the grub truck since I'm leaning off Linda Lane. And I want to tell you guys, like both of you, I hope I'm not being rude. I actually have another live stream at 8:30. I've got to
Okay.
dip out of here because I'm going to go make a cup of coffee before it, or a cup of tea.
Yeah.
No,
And I love you guys very much. I'm glad I got to spend a couple hours with you analyzing this because I feel like I have a better grasp of what I saw. And it's really cool to actually get your immediate reactions right afterwards, where you haven't been influenced by all the other, lawyers and stuff out there on YouTube. So I think it's pretty cool and special that we got a chance to meet before, we hear all the Monday morning quarterbacking going on about this hearing.
Deception dismantled. Her daughter went to school with Dylan.
I saw that, and I'm
Oh.
glad you made that connections tonight. I mean, obviously we talk all the time, and see you're one of Robert's mods. It's amazing to know that you have that connection, and thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, she said that she was a mean witch, and didn't talk to her.
Oh, well,
So
that's
she's
good.
Yeah. So she said
deception.
that.
What?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go
I
ahead. brother.
was just say, deception. You're one of my favorite people, and I see quite a few of my favorite people in here actually. But I would love just to kind of have a privatized and nothing that would ever come out publicly, but just kind of a private conversation between you and I. And it would always be respectful and just very between you and I. But just kind of to hear your thoughts and your feelings, because I think maybe you have some stuff you would like to talk about, not to share, but to get off your chest and help you feel a little better. And I would love to be here to hear that for you.
Oh, her niece, not her daughter. My bad. Deception. It's her niece, not her daughter.
Yeah.
Well, I love you guys. I'm going to take off. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah,
Alright,
I
yeah.
adore you too, Swamp, and I'll be in there supporting you tomorrow night, and I look forward to talking with you again
Same
soon.
here.
Yeah, send me good vibes, you guys. I'm,
I got your back. Don't worry. If anything goes wrong, I got your back.
Thank you guys. I don't know if they can handle it. Well,
All right. On that note, I'm going to end the live. AR, would you like to
Yep.
let the audience know what you're working on right now?
You know what? I got some content that I'm going to be coming out with tonight, and I'm behind the scenes. And good night, Swamp, by the way. Behind the scenes, I'm going to be working with Swamp Rose. We've got a project that her and I are going to be putting out. But also, Robert and I talk daily, so I know him and we're going to be putting some stuff together as well.
Yeah.
To come out together to present to everybody. Pete with Murder Metal Mayhem and I are scheduled to do a live on Sunday, but I send prayers to him, and I hope all of you do as well. He's been very, very ill. He's had a couple of hospital visits, so I don't know if the live will still be on Sunday or not. Hopefully it is, but if not, you can look for my wife and I on Monday or Tuesdays. We'll be going live to do some new stuff in regards to the Idaho 4 and some other stuff. But definitely keep your eyes open. And Robert, you and I will definitely be engaging. And we've
Yes.
probably got some good stuff that we'll be working on and putting out as well. So everybody keep up with us. Stay engaged.
All right. Love you, brother. And yeah, this was an awesome panel tonight, and we started getting a lot of good questions and good comments in the chat. And I just want to say, Saturday is my birthday. I promise no drunken lives. But y'all
So you mean we're going
What?
live on Saturday night? Is that what you're saying? We're
No.
going live Saturday night. All right. I'll be there for that one.
Not unless you want to see me
All right,
holding a bottle of Crown Royal in my hand.
No. I think you should enjoy the night, have a great time, and we'll get back to it after your birthday. So enjoy that, and Much love to you, brother, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, much love to you, brother. Peace out, guys.